lot of them pint bottles out Granny crib. I poured so much I ain't want to live. Told money then, shit we in the wind. I was in the hood when I clipped the bin. Since a young nigga I been ready. Went glass house on every Chevy. In this game I try plenty settings. It's all or nothing how niggas been. Got sucker niggas, keep suckers with them. One of the reasons I ain't fucking with them. Trish Tech and some more than her. Guess she couldn't even afford a winner. I'm open late, don't need a scale, and it's always over. Sneak wishing well, I double down, slick shit to spell. Shawty know I don't kiss and tell. I'm faded, 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 faded. I'm faded, 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 faded. Hell, I'm faded, 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 faded. I'm faded, 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 faded.
There we go. There we go. Hold on, chat. Hold on, chat.
I'm a saint, but I sin. I checked in the game to win. I left, she loving me again. I let her cry out the bins, and they say time heal. Mine still felt like it was yesterday. I was moving fast, probably too fast to even catch the play. Spent some night, she pack a bag, right to me, just getting gas. Coming back, I want it bad. I'ma touch it first, eat it last, it's temporary. Holly damn emotion said it's temporary. My pain deeper than the ocean. Temporary feelings mixed with temporary pleasures. All these temporary moments and these temporary treasures. Temporary circumstances to temporary measures. Temporary friends and even temporary schedules. Temporary smiles and temporary goals. Temporary women sliding on temporary poles. Temporary comments and temporary trolls. I just pray that God bless me. Ain't no temporary souls. I'm a saint, but I sin. I checked in the game to win. I left, she loving me again. I let her cry out the bins, and they say time heal. Mine still felt like it was yesterday. I was moving fast, probably too fast to even catch the play. Spent some night, she coming back, right to me, just getting gas. Coming back, I want it bad. I'ma touch it first, eat it last, it's temporary. Holly damn emotion said it's temporary. My pain deeper than the ocean.
Welcome to the greatest damn show on YouTube. Welcome to the greatest damn show on YouTube.
Here we go, chat. Here we go, chat. Let me get to the chat. I don't even got the chat pulled up, man. Let me get to the chat. I don't even got the chat pulled up yet, man. Hold on, chat. Y'all ready for this, man? Oh, man. Double tap the screen, shut alive out. What we doing tonight, chat? What we doing tonight, chat? Double tap the screen, shut alive out. They saying there's oil or nothing. Trump set to shut down the Americas. Double down on Greenland. And will Maduro talk? Jason, what it do? Double tap the screen, shut alive out. Lori, I see you, man. Lori, what's going on, man? Y'all get to the poll, answer the poll. Big Niche, I see you. Lala, what it do? Let's get into it, chat. Let's get into it, man. We got an action-packed episode. We're gonna talk about what would happen if the U.S. invaded Greenland right now. We're gonna get into the U.S. threatening to grab Venezuela's Bitcoin vault. We also have a former U.S. weapons inspector claiming the kidnapping of Maduro from Venezuela was a scripted and staged event. He says extracting a country's leader from hostile territory will be nearly impossible. Unless it was some payola involved, unless those three-letter agencies had got involved. So we're gonna hear that. Also, we're gonna see that we're gonna hear Stephen Miller. We're gonna hear from Stephen Miller about Greenland and Venezuela. Also, they're saying that Venezuelan Presidential Guard reportedly mistook their own drones for an enemy, and it caused friendly fire. They thought there was a regime change. They thought there was a coup going on because of a civilian drone, and it ended up turning into all shit. It just turned into all hell. Also, we got Tim Walz stepping down. Nick Shirley's claiming to put an end to Tim Walz's career. We're going to get into that as well. Gavin Newsom sat down and did a long-form interview speaking on Trump, too. So we're going to get into all of that. And Denmark says if the U.S. attacks Greenland, it will be the end of NATO. The end of NATO, chat. Double tap the screen, shut a live out, man. Call your auntie, uncle, and your cousin. Tell him plug live and he running his mouth, man. We are 25 subscribers away from the next sub goal. Double tapping the screen, boost us in the algorithm. They get a lot more people in here. We have a lot more damn fun. Just to be honest with you, we're 7 subscribers away from 42,300. Let's go and get that out the way before we even start, chat. Now, I want to know, chat. I actually want to start off this live with a poll. I want to start off this live with a live poll, man. Do you support going in and getting Greenland? Do you support going? They say if the reason Greenland is strategic to national defense is because it'll all be covered, man. It'll all be covered. Canada will be basically capped, man. We'll have Alaska over there on to the west side of Canada. We'll have Greenland to the east side of Canada. We're right smack below Canada, and they're saying, what is next after that, chat? Y'all let me know, man. Let's get into this clip from the UN, the former UN weapon inspector. We're actually going to go back and watch his full interview because he said a lot that I want to hear him talk about, but this is like a 1-minute clip of him saying that this had to be a CIA operation.
And we got the bad guy. It looked very easy because, of course, we're the strongest nation in the world under Donald Trump. And we don't want to dig into how this was so easy, how the CIA probably paid hundreds of millions of dollars directly or indirectly to the political elite, including the military and security forces of Venezuela, to step aside and let us do this staged event. Because this was a staged event. You don't go in with 2 troops of Delta Force into a hostile capital city and launch an assault of this nature unless everything was cleared in advance. That's the quickest way to lose 35 Delta troops. No, they went in. It was cleared hot to go in. It was a permissive environment. They got their made-for-TV moment, and then they left. And Donald Trump's going to build on that. But I think what you're going to see is that we have, over the course of the past several months, exploited both the sanctions and the possibility of lifting sanctions and the reality of the oil, of the money that's attached to the flow of oil. And we bought out the political and economic elite of Venezuela, including those who just a week ago were saying that they're standing with Maduro for life.
Exactly. That money got spread around some kind of way. Maduro had a $50 million bounty on his head. This guy's a legend. Maybe hundreds of millions was paid to get this through. I wouldn't doubt it. With $17 trillion worth of oil, 600,000 Bitcoin, and loads of precious metals and rare earths, I wouldn't be surprised if hundreds of millions of dollars were paid. They're also saying that the Venezuela vice president, the one that stepped up and assumed Maduro's position, is changing her tune. It's looking like she's going to be more in line with the Trump admin. Y'all know what I said. If she's in line with the Trump admin, they're going to kill her. They're going to unalive her. Excuse me, chat. They're going to unalive her. They're going to stab her in the back. It is what it is. Maduro also went to court today. Him and his wife. Maduro said he's not a criminal. He said he is not a criminal. And he also said he is still the president of his country. He is still the president of his country. So he's saying he's a political prisoner right now. All right, man. Let me get us to the ad-free version of this, man. Let me get us to the ad-free version. All right, here we go.
With Venezuelan President Nicolás Maduro now in U.S. custody facing federal charges, President Trump has made clear he has big plans for U.S. energy companies taking control of Venezuela's rich oil supply. Venezuela has some of the largest proven oil reserves in the world, though it only accounts for about 1% of the world's oil production.
Thank you, Gito.
Venezuela right now is a dead country. We have to bring it back. And we're going to have big investments by the oil companies to bring back the infrastructure. And the oil companies are ready to go. They're going to go in. They're going to rebuild the infrastructure. The oil is just flowing at a very low level. Much lower than, even if it was badly run, it should have more.
So they're saying the math isn't math, and I'm just going to cut the shit for you guys. They're saying Venezuela has the largest oil reserves, but they only account for less than 1% of the oil moving through the world. Trump's ready to stick that damn straw in the back of these Venezuelan oil reserves and just get it pumping through the world, man. It's gonna be like a damn water fountain. Have y'all ever seen somebody win a football championship and they get to dumping the Gatorade on the coach and shit? That's what they're about to do with Venezuela's oil. They're about to dump this shit on the world, man.
Oil than what they're doing. So we're going to have the big oil companies go in, and they're going to fix the infrastructure, and they're going to invest money. Right now, what we want to do is fix up the oil, fix up the country, bring the country back, and then have elections.
That don't sound like it's gonna be short and sweet. That doesn't, listen to what he said. That doesn't sound short and sweet.
CNN's Brian Todd joins us now with a closer look.
Invest money. Right now, what we want to do is fix up the oil, fix up the country, bring the country back, and then
Fix up the oil, fix up the country, bring the country back. That doesn't sound like the shit's gonna happen by the end of the year. That sounds like a 7 to 10 year plan, man. It looks like we're gonna be over there for damn near a decade at least, man. 7 to 10 years at minimum. I'm thinking 7 years, man. It's about to be over with, man.
have elections.
CNN's Brian Todd joins us now with a closer look. Brian, obviously a very resource-rich country.
Yes, I mean, look at this, Boris. The largest oil reserves in the world by far, 303 million barrels. The next closest to them is Saudi Arabia with, like, I think 267 billion barrels. They outnumber everyone in that resource by a lot. They have 1/5 of the world's global reserves. And to let you kind of give it some perspective here on how they're underperforming.
And we have a strategic alliance with Saudi Arabia when it comes to the oil. So now that we're controlling, America's controlling Venezuela's oil reserves in alliance with the Saudi having the second largest oil reserves, that alliance accounts for about 50% of all the oil available in the world.
With that vast oil reserve, take a look at this. This is their oil production since Nicolas Maduro took power in 2013. You see it there. Now, before that, and like even before Hugo Chavez took power in 1999, they were producing more than 3 million barrels, about 3.5 million barrels per day before Hugo Chavez takes power in 1999, okay? It goes steadily down in the 2000s because of sanctions and other things. Maduro takes power in 2013. Now, oil prices take a hit the next year, so that's part of the reason that they decline. But it's also, of course, his alleged mismanagement of the oil supply and a lot of other factors. Sanctions also play a part. Now, in 2019, that is the year that Donald Trump, in his first administration, placed restrictions on Venezuelan oil exports to the U.S. So that hit them hard. It went down then. They hit rock bottom in 2020 with the pandemic. In 2021, Maduro starts to kind of ramp up the production a little bit. In 2022, then President Joe Biden gives Chevron a temporary permit to operate there, so that helps their production. But again, Boris, take a look. They're still underperforming. As of 2024, they were less than 1 million barrels a day. Right now, they're a little over 1 million barrels a day. They're right about at this point here, and that is less than 1% of the world's production. That's how much Venezuela is underperforming, given their reserves there. Who are they sending the oil to? Let's take a look at that. If my graphic can come up here. It's not coming up. But basically, they are sending it mostly to China. China buys about 70% of Venezuela's oil. The U.S. buys about 25% of it. That's all due to Chevron's production there.
I think there you go.
There's our graphic.
Yeah, right.
So yeah, they're the big customer.
Right.
U.S. gets about a quarter of it. Then Spain and Cuba trail far behind. This is all due to Chevron. And Chevron, their stock is way up.
So did anybody see China's response to this, what they're actually talking about doing? I was reading into it earlier. I haven't read as much as I wanted to, but what it's looking like is Xi is trying to take this to court. Xi's trying to get a bunch of lawyers and take this to court to make sure that in future instances, regime change still has to honor the contract. So like all of the 60 billion in contracts, all of the oil and everything that China's been doing and the contracts they have is null and void right now. I'm just going to be honest with you. With America controlling Venezuela, this regime change, that Chinese shit is out of the damn window right now. So what Xi is trying to do is trying to make it so all future contracts are valid regardless of regime change, regardless of if they're overthrown and something comes back in, the contract is still valid. You're still doing business with us no matter what. That's what Chi's response to this is looking like is what it's going to be. I'm going to do some more reading on it, and I'm going to get back with you guys later.
Today, right, as a result of this. And Boris, it has taken a massive toll on the economy overall. Take a look at that. Last October, inflation in Venezuela was at 270%. That is by far the highest in the world. And look at where it's projected to be in October of this year. And again, all because of the mismanagement and the alleged corruption of Hugo Chavez first and Nicolas Maduro, his acolyte, who became president in 2013.
Brian Todd, thank you so much for bringing us that context.
CNN's Omar Jimenez and Laura Coates joining us now from...
So you said we aren't never have anywhere oil company gets a piece, U.S. gets a piece, country gets a small piece. It's looking like the way Trump's about to stick the straw in Venezuela's back and open up this oil production, saying that they account for less than 1% of the global oil supply. It's looking like Trump's at least going to bring that 1% that they're doing up to up. So they'll be making a little bit more money, it's looking like. And I believe the money that they were making was going straight to the damn regime, if you want to be honest.
Outside the court, you were both in the courtroom. So, Laura, walk us through, first of all, what you saw, what you heard in those moments.
What an extraordinary moment. Nicolas Maduro appearing in a Manhattan courtroom with his wife, proclaiming to still be the president of Venezuela, and she the first lady. They had on headsets to have translation available to them. They spoke in Spanish, and at the first available opportunity for Nicolas Maduro to address the court, essentially to say his name, he said instead he was a prisoner of war, that he was in fact Nicolas Maduro Muro, that he'd been taken from his home, captured from his home, the judge interrupting him to say that there'll be time to talk about the legality of his taking, as well as any motions he wanted to raise. But for now, I just want to know if you, in fact, are Nicolas Maduro Muro. He said that he was, and also that he was innocent and had not committed any of these crimes. He was almost stoic, Omar, as you saw him in there. He was very, very confident and self-assured. He had some difficulty sitting down in his chair, having to brace himself continuously when he would try to sit down. You note when he was walking on that, it really was kind of a perp walk to the helipad. His left leg appeared to be straighter than the other, and he was moving with difficulty. That appeared to be present as he tried to sit in the chair. His wife, meanwhile, they said that she had obvious visible injuries. They addressed, you could see her, bandages, some kind of a gash or stitching on her eye, also on her temple, and also they referenced that she had...
Oh, they been beating her? Fractured, bruised ribs, scars on her temple and shit. Maduro can't sit down straight. Chat, I'm not gonna lie, chat. I thought they would at least wait till his ass got the ADX Florence, man. I thought they would at least wait till he got to the Alcatraz of the Rockies to start beating on them people. Damn. How does she have fractured ribs, a gauze under her damn eye and tape and shit? What happened to her? Shit, I thought Maduro, man, you know what I'm saying? He might just be getting a little old, need a little WD-40 on that knee is why he's bracing himself sitting down. But now that I hear that his wife is beaten and battered, I'm like, what the hell is going on? What?
You could see her, bandages, some kind of a gash or stitching, visible injuries. In the dress, you could see her, bandages, some kind of a gash or stitching on her eye, also on her temple, and also they referenced that she had some sort of fractured or bruised ribs as well. Her demeanor, much less confident than her husband's, far more demure, spoke after they did, and they exchanged glances at different points in time. He had one request. He did not want to have bail discussed right now. That's coming. But he did want to have his notes. He took copious notes, Omar. You were watching. So
Maduro has hired Julian Assange's lawyer. So Julian Assange, the one that the guy from Australia that was quote unquote a journalistic prisoner for all of those years, he ended up getting 62 months time served. So after he was went to court, they actually let him walk out of jail a free man after 62 months being incarcerated. So that's the lawyer that Maduro hired. Julian Assange's lawyer is who Maduro has.
Intently as well. When you were watching this take place, weren't you struck by the way this all proceeded?
Yeah, I mean, just the confidence of Maduro, as you mentioned, when truly you pay attention to any trials like this, you know, the judge asks you plead guilty or not guilty, and usually the attorney even just speaks for the defendant and just says not guilty. That was the opportunity that Maduro used to go out and say that I am the constitutional president of Venezuela, that he believes his rights have been violated, talking about the abduction aspect, saying he was kidnapped from his home in Caracas, and launched into that in Spanish as the interpreter kept up with that as well. When his wife began to speak, you know, he sort of mentioned the dynamic between both of them. There was a moment where the judge asked if they understood the interpretation, and he sort of...
He'll never touch her again. I'm just going to be all the way honest with you, Maduro. This is a Bonnie and Clyde type love story, man. I know that's your wife. Y'all are separated right now. She's looking beaten and battered. Damn fractured, bruised ribs, temple bandaged, eye gashed and shit. And you can't do anything for her. You probably would never touch her again, hold her again, or anything of those sorts, man. I'm just going to be all the way real with you, Maduro. You might well tell your wife to just tell it, man. Tell her to throw your ass under the bus, man, and go home and live a fruitful life, because they got it out for your ass, Maduro.
Spoke for both of them and said, yes, we understand. And then she, of course, spoke in after that as well. You mentioned the medical issues. That was something that the defense asked of the judge, to make sure that they had proper care, to take care of some of those issues, because clearly she seemed to be struggling in some way, whether it was swaying a little bit, as was relayed by one of our team members, dipping her head at different points, and then of course...
I found it strange that Trump came out, well, not Trump, but reports came out speaking that Trump would be, quote unquote, willing to cut a deal if Maduro signed over the oil rights, man. And it didn't make really too much sense, because it's like, it's already done. Like, the deed's done. Maduro's asked the fuck out. But if he gets Maduro to sign, that will kind of combat what they're saying Chi's trying to do with the international law, and all of these lawyers trying to sue the balls off of America for what's going on. He's trying, like I spoke on before, Chi's trying to make it to where regime change does not void contract. So if they had contract for these billions and billions and tens and hundreds of billions of dollars, those contracts would still be valid. But as of now, regime change voids a lot of these contracts. It just is what it is. Regime change, new people, new rules apply. Chi's trying not to do that. He's trying to get around that and make it to where this is forever. Forever, contracts are always valid, no matter the regime change does not void it. So now with reports coming out that Trump may cut a deal for the oil rights, that could be, you know, to just solidify that in case it ever goes to international courts and they don't try to sue the balls off of America.
As you mentioned, Maduro appearing to struggle to stand up and sit down at points.
And there was a moment they asked for the consular.
Yeah, there was a moment they asked for essentially what is afforded typically to either heads of state or folks that are coming in from other countries, that they have the ability to consult with the Venezuelan consular in this case, and they said that is something they are going to pick up and intend to use prior to this next March 17th date that was set, because there's so much discovery to go through. And then there is that moment at the end.
Well, there is, and before we get there, there's also the idea, March 17th is the next...
Gito, this is the thing. You said maybe the deal makes America look better internationally because people are mad, plug. They don't care. They don't care that people are mad. Higgs has got up there and said, man, basically all of these Russian defense mechanisms that were supposed to keep us out of the sky, the shit didn't work. All of the Chinese stuff that was supposed to, the radars that was supposed to let y'all know, we flew under their radar. We were stealth mode, man. They're out here taunting. I'm just gonna be honest with you, Gito. They're taunting the fuck out of this situation right now. They talking crazy to the world. Like, look, man, y'all seen what the fuck happened to Maduro, man. We got Trump over here. He will come kidnap your president. Then we got Colombia's president out there, the one that got caught with the tranny like a year in the, when was it, like 2024, he got caught with the big 6'5", 275-pound tranny out there walking down the street talking about he's still heterosexual. Whatever, man. He's telling Trump to come get him, and I'm just gonna be all the way honest with you, man. Your ass is on the clock, man. Your ass is on the clock. Maduro already threw you under the bus. Maduro threw you under the bus. Now you talking, telling Trump and them to come get you, man. Listen, they might fuck around. They have labeled this shit narco-terrorism. They might do you like they did Osama, or like they did Osama and them, and it might be a damn kinetic strike, man, on your residence. I'm just gonna be all the way honest with you. It might be a damn kaboom, man. You're sitting there laying around in the house, getting ready to smoke you a cigarette with that golden gun beside your bed, and it's just boom, and then nothing, man. Talking that shit, man. Maduro is actually the first leader, quote unquote, terrorist or whatever, that's been captured like that. Most of the time, they put one right between their eyes. I'm just gonna be all the way real. I'm honestly surprised Maduro was extracted and brought back to New York to face charges, man. I thought for sure they were gonna put one between Maduro's eyes, man. I just thought they were gonna put one between his eyes. The Colombian president right now, I know he's trying to show morale and tweaking. He just got caught with the tranny not too long ago, but it might just be boom, man. It might not be any extraction. Trump might just say, we're not gonna come get you, and just boom, it's over with.
Next time they're going to be in court, they have agreed to waive their speedy trial rights until that time. Remember, if you are in the custody of the American government as a part of the justice system, you are entitled to speedy trials. They have waived that until March 17th to address not only voluminous motions, including immunity claims as a head of state, which may or may not be granted, but also the idea of having all the discovery. And finally, there was a protester at the end, which our own news associate who was there to witness as well, Gordon Ebach, saw standing up, addressing and confronting.
You said, what's the reasoning for the United States trying to take over Greenland? We had a reason for Maduro. What's the reason for Greenland? National security is what they're touting it as. Greenland, we have Alaska on the west coast side of Canada. Greenland is on the east coast side. If we get Greenland, anything coming through those waters or whatever will have to go through America first to even get to Canada. Canada would be enclosed. America below it, America to the left of it, and America to the right of it. It would just be closed. Then we have America down there in Cuba. It would just be closed, man.
Maduro, saying you will pay for what you have done. Maduro, in turn, looked at him, pointed to the sky, said he was a man of God, and was the president of the Republic of Venezuela.
Incredible color from inside the courtroom. Laura Coates, Omar Jimenez, thank you so much for it.
You said America always has oceans. That's what's going on right now, honey. They're not honey like that, but honey horse. They're that's part of the Monroe Doctrine 2.0, maritime dominance. Restoration of America's maritime dominance. So yes, that would all be strategic. Shutting down they want the Panama Canal, Greenland, and the Caribbean. And we've been hearing about the Caribbean. They're talking about Cuba right now. They're already talking about fucking regime change in Cuba, regime change in Colombia. It is what it is, man. Making Greenland the 51st state, it just kind of is what it is. The timeline is accelerated. Things are ramping up rather fast, and I expect it to be ramping up even faster. Yeah, this shit is gonna get crazy. All right, chat. Let me show y'all what they're talking about doing with Venezuela's Bitcoin reserves. They're saying that Venezuela was using that Bitcoin reserve to subvert sanctions, and so since they were using that Bitcoin reserve to subvert sanctions, the U.S. may be looking into seizing that as well. 600,000 Bitcoin.
Order crypto effect here, where since for going back a decade now, my reporting was back in
2017.
Thank
you, Gito.
Because of spiraling inflation of the bolivar, a lot of people had turned to cryptocurrencies, mining Ethereum and Bitcoin in their homes in order to just have a stable source of cash. But the other side of this is the fact that there are multiple reports that the government itself has been looking to evade sanctions by doing sales of oil in Tether, which they then move into Bitcoin. And so much of this market moves on sentiment. So even the promise that perhaps the U.S. government, when they came in, might seize these assets, hold on to it, that's a bull case for Bitcoin. If you
that's the thing. Hannibal, Venezuela sent, I believe, 1,200 tons of silver to their allies. I don't know about the gold, but America's not there for the shit that they already have mined. America's there for the rare earths and precious metals that's still in the ground. They just did the $7.4 billion smeltering facility in Tennessee. JP Morgan and Chase, the one who quote unquote manipulate the damn silver markets, is the financier. All the gold and silver and the shit that they're about to pull up out of Venezuela is gonna get loaded in the barrels or whatever the hell it is, put on some damn oil, put on some big ass boats and ship right there to Tennessee, man, to where it's gonna be refined. The writing's on the wall. JP Morgan Chase is financing the bad boy. The Pentagon has a 40% stake in it, man. This is big money here, man. Big money. That's talking about refining 1.1 million tons per year and getting 500,000 tons of of refined material out of there. From precious metals, uranium, all of that shit, man. That if they sunk the gold to China, so fucking what, man. We got a $7.4 billion smelter facility going right there in Tennessee. I'm pretty sure we got what they say. We already got the oil refinery in Texas and somewhere else, man. Some more shit's about to get commissioned. The Pentagon has a 40% stake in this bad boy. South Korea has up to a 10% stake in some of this shit, man. There's big money going on, man. This shit already in motion. What did I tell y'all last night? It's all working. It's all working, man.
Stockpiles such as that that isn't being liquidated.
Thank you, Najee.
Very quickly, because we got to go. Is it a tailwind for just Bitcoin or also Ethereum, Solana, and some of these other coins?
It's a rising tide lifts all ships. In fact, XRP has had outsized performance. And when you see one altcoin do particularly well, it really is one of these signs of a risk-on environment. All
right, Mackenzie Gallus, great to see you as always. Thank you very much. All right, before we let you go, one more look at the futures, right?
All right, Chad, let me pull up this Stephen Miller clip. They saying Stephen Miller, his wife, the one that posted the Greenland picture. They said that she was in the Epstein files. Something about her in the Epstein files with Steve Bannon, man. They was trying to get, I guess Steve Bannon wanted to crack, man. Steve Bannon was gonna get behind that thing, man. Allegedly, it's all alleged.
Sustained bullet and shrapnel wounds, but none are life-threatening. Can you share with us how serious any injuries to American service members might be, and also any information you can tell us about any Venezuelan...
You said why Trump stopped posting job reports. Man, them job reports haven't been right since before the pandemic, man. Let's be all the way honest. The job report, the moment that delivery apps and ride-sharing apps and shit started popping up, man, the jobs numbers have been shit. Lies, bullshit. It's second and third jobs. Everything's going to shit, man. Everything's high as hell. The dollar's lost 10% of its value just this year, man. Post the jobs reports for what? So they can lie to us again, man. They overshoot that shit by thousands, sometimes hundreds of thousands of jobs, man. Come back and adjust the shit like nobody's watching. Motherfucker, we're watching. We see the shit, man. Jobs numbers, man. Hell no. I don't care if they never post another jobs number.
Civilian casualties.
They lying at.
Yes. Well, let me take the second part first, which is that the overwhelming share of casualties and
they've never been right, Hannibal. When was the last time the jobs numbers came out and they didn't adjust it? I'll wait, man. When Biden was in office, they was overshooting jobs by a couple 100,000. Trump just overshot some jobs, like, what was that, November, October, man? Like, when was the last time the jobs numbers weren't overshot, man? What? Just think if they didn't count the ride sharing and delivery apps, what would the jobs numbers really fucking look like? Just think if they didn't count ghost jobs, man. I know a job listing right now, man, that's been open for at least a year and a half. It's been open for a year and a half and they still haven't filled the position because they have no plans on filling the position. Honestly, they have no plans on filling that position. I'm just being all the way honest with you, Chad. It's called a ghost job.
Fatalities that were inflicted were against the Cuban guard that had exerted control over the people of Venezuela. So what many don't realize is that for years, Maduro stayed in power through an illicit deal with Cuban communists to provide his security because he didn't trust his own people to keep him safe. That is how much he was hated inside of Venezuela. So what our special forces encountered when they did that daring midnight assault into Caracas were armed Cuban guards, and they sustained massive numbers of casualties. I can't give you an exact number. The numbers that you've seen in terms of the Cuban guards, publicly reported, are probably lower than the actual number that were killed. To your first question, no, none of the, at least as I've been briefed, none of the injuries are life-threatening. Everybody is stable, and it just underscores the remarkable skill, precision, courage, and capability of our special forces. And I wanted to set the table one more time for your audience. I'm sure you've talked about it at length already, but the United States of America launched an assault force into Venezuelan territory, which has sophisticated air defense systems, which has sophisticated surveillance systems, which has weaponry that they've received that can take out planes and helicopters from our foreign adversaries they've been stockpiling for years in anticipation of the possibility of such an action. Maduro was staying in a military fortress. In other words, since the United States had started amassing this armada under President Trump's leadership and direction, he'd increasingly narrowed the scope of his own movement, and he was sleeping in a fortress. And so we flew into Caracas, these special forces, engage in direct gunfire with elite Cuban guards, and every single kill was an enemy kill.
So there were no civilian casualties?
Well, I didn't see any reports of any civilian casualties.
I did. Cuba saying that 23 of their people got killed. Now, I guess that's what Stephen Miller is saying. Those Cubans that got killed, he said Maduro had Cubans protecting him. So I guess he's saying that those were the people that got unalive. Well, Cuba's reporting that it wasn't, that they were just civilians. Cubans reporting that 23 of their civilians got killed in this. Miller saying that those quote-unquote civilians were actually protection for Maduro.
But my point is that in this raging gunfire battle that took place, the point that I'm making to you is no Americans were killed. Because of the planning, skill, and preparation, the enemy sustained massive losses. Not one of our assets was lost, not one of our people was lost.
So let's talk about what next. Delcy Rodriguez was formally sworn as Venezuela's acting president this afternoon. She was the vice president. She described the U.S. intervention as, quote, without a doubt, Zionist in character, unquote. Is acting President Rodriguez someone that the U.S. can work with?
So the acting president put out a statement, I want to say, Jake, it was last night, pledging cooperation with the United States, pledging full and complete cooperation.
But they also just passed a law saying that if you supported the operation against outlawing individuals or threatening with criminal penalties individuals if they supported the operation against Maduro. I think they did that today.
Well, the good news there, Jake, is that nobody inside of Venezuela supported the operation, so it's a law without meaning or effect. Look, Jake, there's going to be some posturing that occurs when a nation has been so thoroughly defeated in this way. The United States of America, think about this, Jake. The United States of America has encircled this nation for months. One of the largest naval armadas in history has been stationed off its coast. Fighter jets have been encircling the island. We've been engaging in kinetic lethal strikes against Maduro's drug boats and trained air robbery gang members leaving the island. We have launched a complete oil embargo of the ghost fleet, the dark ships. And now on top of that, right, Maduro is sitting in a jail cell in New York, as is his wife. So of course there's going to be, this is very important though, of course there's going to be some posturing. Without giving anything away, I want to be very clear. Very clear. The government has sent messages, this is such an important point, Jake, to the Secretary of State, to our senior U.S. government official negotiators. They have sent message after message making clear that they will meet the terms, demands, conditions, and requirements of the United States.
Okay.
And I want to be very clear about that, Jim.
So let's. The question about who is now running Venezuela is one that even members of Congress who are big Trump supporters say they're not quite sure about. Senate Majority Leader John Thune told CNN's MADURO that he doesn't know what President Trump meant by his assertion that the U.S. is running Venezuela, and he said he needs more information. Can you tell us what the president means when he says this? Is acting President Delcy Rodriguez in charge?
Here we go, chat. Do y'all think Delcy Rodriguez is actually in control of Venezuela right now? Yes or no in the chat. Double tap the screen, shut the live out. The next subscriber is 42,300. The very next subscriber is going to be 42,300. If you are the 42,300 subscriber, let me know. I got you a shout out coming, man. Let me know.
Is she running Venezuela or not?
Well, what the president said is true. The United States of America is running Venezuela. By definition, that's true. Jake, we live in a we live in a world in which you can talk all you want about international niceties and everything else. But we live in a world, in the real world, Jake, that is governed by strength, that is governed by force, that is governed by power. These are the iron laws of the world that have existed since the beginning of time.
But in terms of data...
Nobody thinks that she's running the country? Hippie Wild Child, thank you for subscribing. Griffin, thank you for subscribing. Cody Mock, thank you for subscribing. I don't know who was the actual 42,300, but thank you all. Welcome to the family. Join our free Discord before it's a paid for Discord. We got a free Discord, but after May it's gonna cost the new members to get in, because after May we got some crazy shit coming. Chat, I think we're gonna go cover this case too. I think when Maduro takes his ass to court, we're gonna be there.
Day operations in Venezuela, that is acting President Rodriguez, right?
Trial,
it's not
I mean.
Some sort of American emissary.
No, what I'm saying is, we'll keep going here, Jake, so I want to say what I'm saying and then you'll follow up. But what I'm saying is just one level above that, which is that by definition, we are in charge. Because we have the United States military stationed outside the country. We set the terms and conditions. We have a complete embargo on all of their oil and their ability to do commerce. So for them to do commerce...
Thank you, Gito. Thank you, Hippie.
For them to be able to run an economy, they need our permission. So the United States is in charge. The United States is running the country during this transition period.
If that's true...
The United States is running this country during the transition period. I need everybody in here to grasp a hold of this. This will not be a swift, quick anything. Nothing about this transition will be swift. What will be swift is us moving in and getting a hold of those resources, extracting those resources, getting them back to American soil, and distributing how this administration sees fit. When it comes to returning power back to the actual Venezuelans, we are at least 7 to 10 years away. We want some reference, we go back to Japan. Go back to Japan. In 1945 to 1952, we controlled Japan. What was it? Truman? Was that Truman that appointed the general as supreme commander of Japan, man? They're talking about making America great again. They're bringing back the Monroe Doctrine and all of this shit. Why do we not think that they would occupy this shit for 7 to 10 years to get what the hell we need up out of there, man? What the hell America needs up out of there? Straight up. China, the CHIPS Act. China, everybody's talking about AI and chips, and we have the best AI in the country. Yes, when it comes to general purpose AI tablets and phones and shit, OSs and shit like that. When it comes to automated tasks and shit, China's competing, man. China's right there with us. So when it comes for these natural resources, why do you think Trump said it yesterday? Oh, the rare minerals, they're not so rare. They're everywhere, because he's finna take all of that shit, man. He's finna take all of that shit, man. When he says the rare minerals, they're everywhere, he knows that they're everywhere. The rare earth, it's everywhere. Why? Because he's shopping for that shit. Because he knows China's finna take Taiwan. We've been transitioning up out of there since he first came into office. When we seen Sam Altman and Elon Musk get up there on that stage and talk about, oh, how we're going to start making all the chips right here on our soil. How the hell are we going to make the chips on our soil when we don't have the shit we need to make it? That's why he went to, who was that? Uganda. He went over there to Uganda and secured the minerals deal with the Ugandan president. And he said it straight up. Oh, we're going to come in, take the resources. We're going to pay him well. We're going to pay him well. Everybody wins. Now he's taking Venezuela shit. So when he says this rare earth is not so rare, he probably means that shit because he's been out here actively shopping for it because he knows that this Taiwan shit's not going to last, man.
That doesn't mean that President Trump is setting the bus fare schedule inside the country. So doesn't mean that President Trump is assigning the K through 12.
You said I'm high on that WEED. I'm high on life, man. I'm just having a good time right now. I'm in here with my chat, the family, Plug Nation. We got the best mods on YouTube. We're having a good damn time, man. If you're having a good time in here, man, press 4. If you're having a good time in here, press 4. Now watch all of these 4s in here, man, and that's what I'm high off of, having a good damn time right here with Plug Nation, man. Let's be real.
The indictment that the president and the military were acting on from 2020 was of 6 people. 2 of them were seized on Saturday by our special operators. There are 4 other individuals indicted who remain in Venezuela. Is the U.S. demanding that they be turned over? One of them is Maduro's son. One of them is a former government official. One is a current government official. And one of them is the head of Tren de Aragua, as I'm sure you know. Are they going to be turned over if President Trump is, in fact, running Venezuela in the way you described?
Well, I don't want to, obviously, we have to balance here, Jake, which I think you more than most understand. We have to balance between, of course, what...
Hannibal, that's crazy, man. They're calling you out for not posting a 4, Hannibal. That's crazy, man. They said you've been commenting all night. When they asked was you having a good time, you got real quiet, Hannibal. That's crazy, man.
Say to you publicly versus very close-hold conversations that might be happening privately. And I know you understand and respect that. But I'll answer the question in this way. There might be individuals who are fugitives from American justice that could become part of a future conversation. But it's also true that for government leaders inside of Venezuela, and as the president has said, right, we want an interim government that will respect the interests of the people of Venezuela, that wants a good, peaceful...
We want an interim government, man. Trump said straight up, we're going to control it until we can transfer the power judiciously. He laid it out what they want to happen. They want to get the oil secure first, get the country in control second, then worry about the other shit, man. It is what it is, man. They gotta go. They gotta get Exxon down there. Chevron's already down there. They gotta get the smelter facility up, man. And what did he say? He put Greenland on the fucking clock. I told y'all, Greenland's on the clock. Everybody was like, "Oh, plug," and blah 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 blah. When I said Greenland was on the clock, y'all just didn't like the way I said it. Y'all, and deep down, y'all knew it was true. Y'all just didn't like the way I said it because I said they ass was on the clock. Then what did Trump say? We'll talk about Greenland in 2 months. Then he said, 20 days. 20 days we'll talk about Greenland. Man, they ass on the clock, man. Y'all just don't like to hear it from me because this is not your regular mainstream C-SPAN quiet shit, man. They ass on the clock.
Secure future for Venezuela. So I would just say it this way. For those who may be indicted, the best choice they can possibly make is to be part of a constructive decision-making process for the future of Venezuela. The best decision they can make is to cooperate fully and completely with the United States to be part of building this brighter future for Venezuela.
See, that's the thing. Stephen Miller right now is stomping on the neck of the new Venezuelan president, man, because they know that she's a regime loyalist. That's why they're using this kind of rhetoric in these videos. They know that they're watching this shit. Venezuelan state media, everybody's watching this shit. The regime is watching this shit, and they're saying this woman better get down or fucking lay down, man. Everything that we told y'all, man, about sticking this damn straw in your back, man, and sucking all the juice and oil and natural rare earths and precious metals and shit. If you're not with that shit, man, Guess what? We got somebody who is, man. And they're going to send either Rubio or this man the fuck up over there to be supreme commander and hold this shit down for about 7 to 10 years, man, until they get ready to hold an election. Shit is crazy, bro. This shit is crazy, man. He said, man, she better get down or lay down in so many words, man. If she has any inkling of doing some shit like that, man, listen, we're not bullshitting with her. And they know the people around her, this shit right here is going to piss off everybody around her. Piss them off. The military men, the leaders, the generals and shit, this shit is going to make their chest burn when they hear Stephen Miller say this shit, man. And they just gonna look at her. They just gonna look at her like, the fuck you gonna do? Are you gonna kiss the ring or not? What the hell are you gonna do, man? And it's gonna put her in a position, man. They're putting a squeeze on her ass right now, Chad. Just like a Capri Sun, when you take that last sip out of the Capri Sun and you got it balled up in your hand like this, man, that's what they're doing to that woman right now. The squeeze is on, Chad. The squeeze is on. Let's see what Gavin Newsom had to say about this. Gavin Newsom sat down and did a whole lot of fucking talking. Oh, I gotta, yeah, we'll watch the Greenland video first, then we'll get into that Gavin Newsom. This is what they're saying will happen if, a little info video, if we, made a run on Greenland right now.
Greenland right now. U.S. warships appear off the coast of Greenland. Special forces land in the dead of night, seizing airstrips and key ports. The invasion has begun. The U.S. is after Greenland's untapped resources, rare earth metals critical for military, tech, and energy dominance. With China and Russia expanding influence in the Arctic, the U.S. makes its move before they can. Denmark, which owns Greenland, is outraged and scrambles to respond. It calls on NATO for help, but the alliance is divided. Does it really want war with the U.S.? Meanwhile, Russia sees an opportunity. Moscow denounces the invasion and deploys troops to the Arctic, claiming it's protecting Arctic sovereignty. China isn't silent either. Heavily invested in Greenland's mining industry, Beijing sends warships to challenge the U.S. in the North Atlantic, warning the U.S. to withdraw. A tense standoff begins. The EU imposes sanctions, while Canada mobilizes forces and strengthens its border, fearing war on its doorstep. Then, the unthinkable. Denmark fires warning shots at U.S. forces, demanding the end of the invasion. A single mistake could ignite global war. The world watches, waiting to see if diplomacy prevails or if the Arctic becomes the next battlefield.
Alright, Chad, I missed a lot of that video. I'm not gonna lie, but we finna move on. Damn, my gimbal died, man. I hate when I have to put my camera right here, because I feel like y'all all in my damn business just looking up at me like this. I don't like that shit, man. But, I'm going to play this clip one more time, then we'll get into that Gavin Newsom, because I really didn't see what they said.
If the USA invaded Greenland right now, U.S. warships appear off the coast of Greenland. Special forces land in the dead of night, seizing airstrips and key ports. The invasion has begun. The U.S. is after Greenland's untapped resources, rare earth metals critical for military, tech, and energy dominance. With China and Russia expanding influence in the Arctic, the U.S. makes its move before they can. Denmark, which owns Greenland, is outraged and scrambles to respond. It calls on NATO for help, but the alliance is divided. Does it really want war with the U.S.? Meanwhile, Russia sees an opportunity. Moscow denounces the invasion and deploys troops to the Arctic, claiming it's protecting Arctic sovereignty. China isn't silent either. Heavily invested in Greenland's mining industry, Beijing sends warships to challenge the U.S. in the...
Man, there ain't no way my fan dirty, bro. That's cap. That's cap. That's cap right there. Nah, man, you a motherfucking lie. My fan ain't dirty, man. You a motherfucking lie. That fan ain't dirty right there. Now, it might be a dirty fan in his house, but it's not that one.
Atlantic, warning the U.S. to withdraw. A tense standoff begins. The EU imposes sanctions, while Canada mobilizes forces and strengthens
Get y'all out my damn
war on
business,
its
man.
doorstep. Then, the unthinkable. Denmark fires warning shots at U.S. forces, demanding the end of the invasion. A single mistake could ignite global war. The world watches.
You said how soon till I update the camera, at least the power supply? YouTube checks getting bigger? Not yet, man. The YouTube checks are not getting bigger yet because I don't post videos. And when I go live, really, I only get paid off the donations. I'm just going to be all the way honest with y'all. I only get paid off the donations. But listen, I have a microphone in there. I just got to change my software on this laptop. And I'm not really good at that. So I got to get somebody over here to do that. And when it comes to the camera, I got a new camera on the way. This camera is actually was doing pretty good, but I got a new camera coming, and my gimbal, it just dies. I don't know why the hell it dies. It's actually a good gimbal. It's not really that old. I got this when I went to that No Kings protest. Mama Money helped me get it, but yeah, the gimbal just dies. I don't know why it dies. Let's get into this Gavin Newsom though, bro. Let's get to see what Gavin Newsom was talking about, man. I forgot about Tim Walz stepped down as well too. They said Nick Shirley ended Tim Walz's career, man. Man gonna tell me my fan was dirty. He gonna come in here lying like that, man. Shit crazy as hell.
Governor Newsom, welcome back to MS Now.
Good to be with you.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Thanks.
Happy New Year.
Let's start with the news that broke over the holiday about the National Guard. You and I together met with National Guard troops right after you had deployed them to the fires in January.
Right now, Carlos, I'm on a damn Brave browser. I'm using a Brave browser right now, and it's not compatible with the interface that I need for the mic. The interface that I need for the mic is not really compatible with this browser, or it's not compatible in the way that I know how to fucking hook it up. So in order for me to use that mic, I'll probably have to go back to Windows, and I don't really want to go to Windows because motherfuckers is a little weird, you know.
And then last summer, the president, amidst these ICE raids, federalized the Guard troops. You told me at the time what he was doing was illegal and immoral, and he just finally returned all these Guard troops to your control after the courts continued.
I didn't mean Brave browser. I meant Linux. That's what I meant. See, I don't know what I'm talking about that much. This is Linux. It's not Windows.
To rule against him, but even after that, he's now saying, this is a quote, "It's only a question of time before he does it again, perhaps in a much different and stronger form."
Yeah, which I assume he's implying the Insurrection Act, which would give him carte blanche to be able to do it. I mean, look, he's just winding up. We got 3 more years of this. He's not going to back down easily. We were a test case. We said that in June when this happened. He nationalized, or rather federalized, 4,000 National Guard, sent out 700 active duty Marines. By the way, many of those National Guard men and women that he federalized were the folks that were down there on the fires, the same folks.
No, Rattlesnake Team.
Rattlesnake Team, finally coming back home, coming back into their communities. These were
You said, am I reading only certain messages of people that send money to my channel? No, I read the messages I want to fucking read. I'm just going to be all the way honest with you. I do read the messages of people that send money. Those do get priority because I see them. Or if you have a little blue wrench by your name, a moderator, I see those a lot easier. Or if you have a green membership, I see those a lot easier. But no, I read all comments, you know, most of the time. If I see it, I read it. I'm just not going to read every comment out loud. I read the ones that pique my interest out loud, honestly.
Doctors and nurses, firefighters, police officers that were taken off the beat for political performance. But it was a test case to test it in the courts to see how far he could string this along. He lost. He was wrong from day one. We said it. The judges consistently made that point. And now he's got to reevaluate.
Do you feel like you can assure Californians that you will prevent him from ever deploying troops to the streets of California again?
No one could do that. Because by definition, he's going to test the boundaries and the limits. And that's why I suggest the next phase of this is the Insurrection Act. It's the only thing that would give him license. He's got the Supreme Court now that is adjudicated at least partially. You've got lower courts. Justice Breyer here consistently has called this out, and he has no basis.
You said HT is the biggest issue, yet we focused on the war on drugs, which has never ended. Okay.
On that basis of the past being prologue, there's no question in my mind that he's going to assert some other cockamamie decision. And the fact is,
we got Bill Clinton. Remember, Bill Clinton's finna testify on the 17th. So when it comes to the Epstein files and all of that, like, that's still here. Like, the 17th, Bill Clinton's going to testify. We have been covering it. It's just that shit right now. What is there to say until the 17th?
It takes so long. It gives him months and months as the process slowly moves through a further series and try to stretch the mind of imagination. And that's what it's always about for Trump. Once the mind is stretched from his perspective, it never goes back to its original form. He's constantly testing the boundaries, and he unquestionably will be doing again, including what he's doing with these quick response teams that he's committed to this month in all 50 states that will give him the ability to move at a moment's notice to every major urban center in America.
Do you believe, we're here because of the 1-year anniversary of the fires, his deployment of the Guard affected in any way your ability to respond for the people of California, the people of Los Angeles in the wake of the fires?
I mean, I don't know about the wake of the fires, but these are our folks that I put down at the border. I'm going back 6+ years. He pulled folks from our rattlesnake teams that were doing vegetation and forest management, preparing for wildfire season in terms of prevention and mitigation strategies. These are folks we have joint task forces to address the issues of fentanyl and are working regionally with our highway patrol to address the issues of crime and violence. So he impacted all of those public safety efforts for what? For a show. They sat there.
It's like every time I get ready to, say some cool, good shit about Gavin Newsom, I just think, like, he wants a federal assault weapons ban. Like, Gavin Newsom wants a nobody in America to have an AR, a chopper, man. It's crazy.
Playing video games in many cases. They were just total boredom, looking for things to do. They were never substantively employed. 2-3 months ago, what were they doing in LA? You didn't see them. They're sitting there in the armory doing nothing, costing you, taxpayers. You want to talk about waste, fraud, and abuse, Mr. President. $100+ million wasted because the fraud you perpetuated and the abuse of your authority on the American people. So it's a disgrace, and the courts bear witness to that, and the American people bear witness to that as well.
We're here in this Cal Fire hangar because we're observing the 1-year anniversary of what ultimately became the costliest wildfire event in American history. 2 Los Angeles neighborhoods virtually, entirely wiped off the map. People who read Firestorm are going to know a lot about what you went through personally, the experiences that you had, some of the behind the scenes of what it was like, both on the national political level and with the local leaders. Well, take me.
See, this is what I don't get with you motherfuckers sometimes, man. You come in here and say, yep, Bitcoin has everything to do with Venezuela, right? Okay, to think that you have to be living in a dream world. Who said that? Who said that? We covered that they're talking about seizing that shit because they were saying that they were using that Bitcoin to get around sanctions, man. The hell is we talking about wiping some shit down? It's all working, Chad. Have you ever heard of a wiping down, man? That means you clean it all the way, man. It's all the way clean. When I say wiping Venezuela down, I mean the oil, the minerals, the Bitcoin, whatever the fuck they can extract from this country is what they're gonna do. So I don't know what you're talking about, bro.
Take me back to that first day, January 7th. What did you see? What did you feel?
Well, put it in context, and you did it in the book in pretty vivid terms. I mean, 40,000 acres were burned. It wasn't just these 2 major fires that get so much attention, appropriately so because of the devastation and the 31 lives that were lost, but 12 fires over the period of January 7th to January 22nd. We were dealing with unprecedented conditions. Remember, in the middle of winter, a year ago, and yes, we have winters in
my bad, comics. You weren't talking to me, my bad.
California. In Southern California, it's bone dry for 8+ months. Middle of January, we're dealing with an unprecedented scale of these storms. 16,000 were deployed. 2,000 pieces of equipment were deployed. 29 agencies, the most robust response to wildfires in world history. The largest concentration of resources in LA County, the most populous county in America, deployed.
All right. Yeah, my bad, comics and robotics. I thought you was talking to me, man. My bad. But listen to this. Gavin's sitting here doing all of this pity-patting around about the fucking fires, bro. What's up with issuing the permits? What's up with finding these people for not cleaning up the shit because they haven't got a permit to rebuild? These people can't rebuild their house already at the same price that they got it for, man. What the hell? We got lottery winners, guy winning a lottery, going up buying all of this abandoned damn land down there because you won't issue the permits. So he's taking a gamble like, fuck, man, the permits are gonna be there one day. It's not his home. He got the money to spend and the time to wait for this shit to get right. Are you gonna issue these people permits, man?
to address these unprecedented conditions. So I just want to shape a consciousness for folks to understand. It wasn't just the Palisade fire, it wasn't just the Eaton fire in Altadena that were devastating. It was fires throughout the region that
Shit is a land
You've seen
grab.
a lot of fires. When you were governor-elect, you went to your first fire. I think it was one of the first times you were on location with President Trump. Like this time, was it different?
No. So what was back to your question? It was apocalyptic, I think, as you described in this. It was like a bomb going off. No other way to describe it. And I was there just a few hours after the fire, and was there physically in the midst of the firefighting as I went up into the foothills and experienced firsthand what our first responders were dealing with, only to see the aircraft doing fire suppression, only to be taken down hours later because they're...
I'm just gonna be all the way honest with y'all. Gavin Newsom could have came through and issued those permits. Trump did, I don't know if it was an executive order or whatever the hell it was, and issued those federal permits while the fires were still being fucking put out, man. Gavin Newsom can come through and do a damn executive order and issue those permits for those people, man. Like, I'm just gonna be all the way honest with you, man. This shit's looking like a land grab to me. You sitting here talking about how you were in the midst of the fire, and I'm assuming you were hot and sweat was, you know, singeing your damn eyebrows and shit. But what's up with those permits, man? What's up, man? Are you gonna let those people rebuild their houses or not, man? Damn.
Enforced winds, 80, 90, up to 100 miles per hour.
You said he can't. Why can't he write the permits? Why can't he do that? Why can't he? I just want to know why he can't.
The heroism of those first responders going in, not fighting fires in the traditional sense by hooking up lines to fire hydrants, but truly converting in real time to a life-saving mission by getting people out of their homes, watching these embers turn into spot fires. You describe it beautifully in your book, seeing these palm trees. That's the indelibility of those palm trees, just raining fire.
They look like matchsticks to me.
They literally are matchsticks. We were sitting there. You can watch a home. It's completely fine. And 2 minutes later, you turn around, and an ember hits its spot fire, and the thing's immediately up. So up in flames. And so the devastation.
Listen, Carlos, that's what I'm trying to tell you. That shit right here, y'all, I'm finna lose some fucking subscribers, bro. I'm finna lose some subscribers, bro. I already know I am. I don't want to hear that shit, bro. This shit is supposed to be the American dream. I don't care if those was rich folks, poor folks, or whatever. They're displaced and they can't rebuild. They can't do shit on their land, man. And they're getting fined for not going to clean that bullshit up, man. I'm just going to be all the way honest with you. I wouldn't be trying to hear that shit. You trying to tell me that my house just burnt to the fucking ground and I can't do nothing with it? And then you going to issue me $700 fines for not cleaning up this bullshit? Well, guess what? The bullshit would have been cleaned up if you would have issued the permit to let me rebuild my house or do whatever the fuck. I don't care about consideration and shit, environmental. Man, fuck that. They bought that land. Get them folks the right of way to go back to what the fuck they paid for, man. Deal with that other shit later, man. If they want to go out there talking about some consideration, consider these folks being fucking displaced, man. I don't want to hear about you out there in the fighting fires and shit, Gavin Newsom. We got firefighters for that, man. I don't want to hear that shit, man. Issue them damn permits, man. That's what you can do.
At scale, in real time, happening concurrently in multiple parts of the region, not just in one location, was something I've never experienced. And this is someone, to your point, that has been used to a state that is the most blessed state in America and the most cursed state, California, used to disasters, including the Paradise disaster, which is one of the most deadly in world history.
Let's talk about the recovery. We're at an active airport, as people watching us can hear. I'll give it a second. Let's talk about the recovery. You mentioned some of the numbers. 3 times the size of Manhattan burned, 16,000 structures destroyed, 31 people dead, maybe hundreds more if you look at sort of the secondary effects of the wildfires, excess deaths, costliest wildfire event in American history. Where are we at in the recovery effort?
We've made tremendous progress, the fastest debris removal in American history, at least modern American history, in 6 months, working with the Army Corps of Engineers.
You said the mayor of LA has been no help either. She promised. You talking about Karen Bass? Is that Karen Bass?
With FEMA, they did an exceptional job. And I will say this, to be fair, Donald Trump did not get in the way of that. But that process began under President Biden. I was president at the time. We established the contracts. We established the major disaster declaration. I can't even conceive this happened under the Trump administration. We would still be debating which one of his contractors he would send out to do the debris removal, which one was connected to the larger construct of the administration. So we were able to move forward very effectively in those first 6 months. We put out a detailed plan, a master plan for removal, a vision for the future of the region. We did that at the 6-month mark. And we continue to wait for a simple response, just the dignity of a response from Donald Trump himself to a request for federal disaster aid that we made in February of last year. It's almost been an entire year. That request is currently $33.9 billion. We continue to visit with leaders of both parties on Capitol Hill that are consistently supportive, but they're simply waiting.
You said, how would NATO countries respond if the U.S. attacks Greenland? Denmark said there will be no NATO. If the U.S. makes a move on Greenland, Denmark says there will be no more NATO.
For that request to come from the president former.
Let me ask you about that, because you went to Washington last month. You were seeking, as you say, billions of dollars in additional disaster aid for wildfire victims. You said that the administration, the Trump administration, refused to meet with you, and that this is a quote by you: President Trump's promise to take care of survivors was clearly a lie. What is he lying about?
Well, it's in your book. I mean, you saw at the tarmac when I met with the president, open hand, not a closed fist. Continued to have conversations with him, including the night that he visited LA that evening, left a voice message. We talked the next morning. I went and visited him. I think I was the first Democratic governor to go to the Oval Office, spent over 90 minutes with the president directly, consistently reaching out in goodwill and good faith to hold him to his commitment that he publicly made to have the backs of people, including members of his own administration, friends of his that were impacted by these fires. Not a word. And, you know, I was back there a few weeks ago, and what was rather extraordinary, and then again with the Trump administration, nothing is any longer, but it should be outrageous. It should outrage people listening of all political stripes, even big Trump supporters, refused to even have a member, even an intern from FEMA, meet with me or any member of my administration on the disaster request. They were simply unavailable at any time.
Paul, stop spamming in my damn chat. Fuck wrong with you, Paul? Chill out.
For even a moment to just engage. He's dismantling FEMA. He's dismantling any notion of objectivity about climate science, research, grants, and supports for cities, counties, states. It's an extraordinary moment, and we're living it in real time, and we're battling back against it.
Republicans in Congress say that they're not giving you these funds because they want to look into mismanagement of funds that were previously sent to California. President Trump said something different. He said at the height of the ICE raids, he would potentially withhold those funds because of your disagreements over policy related to immigration. Is this retribution, do you think?
Yeah, it always has been. I mean, going back to, I was lieutenant governor at the time. He sent out tweets attacking then Governor Brown, saying no funding until you rake their forest. He didn't use the rake frame, but he used the vegetation and forest management frame at the time. So he's constantly conditioning things, trying to hold communities hostage on the basis of their political identity. I mean, it's the most un-American thing, and people just know that. But in this case, he made pretty bold commitments. He's made, to his credit, a lot of progress in terms of his advocacy and support for the Olympics in 2028, his advocacy and support for a World Cup coming later this year, both coming into the region.
Man, watching Gavin sit there, bro, I don't know if he needs a Starbucks fucking pink drink in his hand, or he needs a damn motorcycle here, man. Like, I don't know what the hell is going on. Does this guy need some damn biker shades and a bandana with some fucking flames on it, or does he need a damn book and a strawberry acai from damn Starbucks? Like, what the fuck is going on?
I think he backed that up with support to make sure that we're prepared at scale and they were putting on the best face on behalf of the American people. And so I'm hoping he backs into this with a deeper consciousness. This is not just about California, deep blue California. It's about the United States of America. And it's also about principles. It's about character. It's about decency. It's about morality. It's about human beings that have been torn us.
What does that mean? It means in the close-up shots, it looks like Gavin Newsom might fucking do something, man. It looks like he might be a biker boy, man, or something. But when they zoom that picture out and I see him, he got that damn leg thrown over that other leg, perked up real tight and shit, snug, and them skin tight ass pants on, I think he might, you know what I mean? Yeah.
What I saw were communities, not statistics. What you just described appropriately and understandably was in the aggregate. No one lives in the aggregate. Everybody's experience is unique, devastating. The small business owner is out there generationally, also loses their home, but loses their community church, sense of place, confidence, direction, struggling now, fighting the insurance companies, wanting to get back on track. But you got an insurance challenge, you've got interest rate environment, you've got costs of goods that have gone up because of mass immigration or migration issues because of these raids. You've got issues related to tariffs and the cost of supplies, all because of Donald Trump. And all we want is a partner, not a sparring partner, but a working partner.
One of the things that I wrote about in the book is that you told me off camera after
Yeah, like I'm just gonna be all the way honest with you, man. If some shit goes on right now, I don't expect either one of them to help. I'm just gonna be real. Just the way they're sitting there with the legs crossed and shit, you know what I'm saying? I'm the Chelsea boots. I don't know what the hell Gavin Newsom got going on. That's a nice jacket though. You know what I'm saying? It is a nice jacket. They're in a firefighter hangar. It's just a conversation, chat. We're just hitting here giving a reaction. Don't think too deep into it when I give my little commentary, man. Don't think too deep into it, man.
Interviewed you for Meet the Press. You were worried about the incoming administration, the Trump administration. He was president-elect at the time. His immigration policy's potential impact on the wildfire recovery. And then you see these wide-scale for months and months and months. I think last month alone, 470 people were taken, according to LA Taco, just in December. What's the impact of ICE and CBP being in LA on the recovery from the fires?
I mean, it's impacted the entire construction industry across the United States. Disproportionate. I mean, California, Texas, a few other states, up to 35, some cases estimate 40-41% of the workforce are immigrants.
So is it?
So you've got direct labor shortages. You've got
so first time, Paul, welcome in.
I mean, we could just talk about the tariff impacts and the retaliatory nature of what's happening with our relationship to Canada and some of the supplies that come from there. The direct impacts as it relates to those that have rebuilt. And I want to remind folks, 2,500 permits have been approved within the first year. You see the sounds and noise of construction. A lot to be optimistic in terms of where we are. And by the way, compared to other disasters, I mean, put it in perspective, 14,000 homes were destroyed in the Camp Fire in Paradise. There were just 385 permits at this time. We have over 24, close to 2,500 permits today in Altadena and Los Angeles County. We're not happy.
Gavin's say he getting them permits, ain't he? He said the permits coming to Altadena. This what we wanted to hear, Gavin. I'm glad you spoke on this. I can congratulate you when you do something right now. Let's hear where the permits was at.
A lot to be optimistic in terms of where we are. And by the way, compared to other disasters, I mean, put it in perspective, 14,000 homes were destroyed in the Camp Fire in Paradise. There were just 385 permits at this time. We have over 24, close to 2,500 permits today in Altadena in Los Angeles County. We're not happy the rate of that, but we are pleased to see the progress, and again, it's meaningful. But
so they got 2,500 permits out of 14,000, so they're 20%, sub 20%. What is it? Yeah, they sub 20%, so a little less than 20% of the permits needed has been issued.
Impacted the challenges, the headwinds of immigration.
Oh, chat, we haven't hit 100 likes yet. Double tap the screen, shut a live out, chat. I need everybody to like the video. We have to push this out. I'm still shadow banned, man. Y'all keep saying that y'all want me to get some new equipment and the YouTube check's getting a little bit thicker and shit, man. Double tap the screen, man. We 25 subscribers away from the next sub goal. Let's run it up in here tonight. Double tap the screen, shut a live out, man. What's up, everybody? Say what's up back. Let's push this algorithm, man.
Policy and tariff policy are hurting the recovery and making it more costly.
Let's talk about when President Trump came to visit in January. It was his first trip as president, right after the fires. And I report about how you practically had to beg to be invited to see him when he came to Los Angeles. And ultimately, you show up on the tarmac at Los Angeles International Airport, and you had to make a split-second decision about whether or not to get on Marine One. All
right, chat. Paul said, where you coming from? Let's get a roll call going in here, man. Chat, shout out your city, shout out your state, shout out your region, man. Let everybody know where you from here, man. I'm from the deep, dirty South, man. I am from the deep South, man. Shout out your city, shout out your state, shout out your region, man. You ain't got to get too specific. Where is everybody from? This is the official roll call, man. Let me know where y'all from, man.
With the president.
You said like what hood I represent? America, man.
Why?
Well, we had a good conversation, and you're right. It was the pageantry of Trump, just doing what he does. But I'm so used to that. It was rather calming and predictable. It was good to be out there. It was the right thing to do. He was very gracious when we both met, and in many ways we were sort of beginning to reestablish a relationship we had.
Look, Chad, we worldwide. We got Dallas in here, Philly, Nevada, Hawaii, Cincinnati, Kentucky, Baltimore, San Diego, Miami, Vegas, Bay Area, man, Indiana, 502. We worldwide, man. Even though I only said shit in the United States because I didn't catch any international shit. But we still worldwide, man. It is what it is, Chad. Double tap the screen, shut a live out, man.
His first
shout out Duval County, man.
Very closely. People may have forgotten this, not even know this.
Shout out to the Midwest.
Closely during COVID. Again, when it comes to emergency response, open hand, not a closed fist. And so we're hoping to rekindle that. And we had this very collaborative conversation where he turns around, we start walking towards the helicopter, and he says, hey, why don't you just come on board? I said, wait, I'm visiting folks out there. We're literally doing sandbagging. We're doing work down in Altadena. We've got some mud flow concerns that are happening. I got my entire staff. I said, Mr. President, I'm good. Enjoy your roundtable.
There we go. That was all I needed. You said Mexico. Hello, my brother. Tijuana, Baja California, man. Shout out to Mexico. Told y'all, international, man. Where the hell is Ivan at, man? And H-Buster and them, man. Where the international Plug Nation at, man? That's Plug International. If you are a subscriber of this channel, a member of Plug Nation, and you are not in America, man, you are Plug International, man. You Plug Nation International, Plug International, man. You know what I'm saying? So wear that shit proudly when you go around and people ask, man, about this shit, man. You Plug International, man. Straight up, man. Shit's international, and now everybody else, man, we Plug Nation because we mainland with this shit. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is.
Call me later tonight, which he did. I'm just as well that I missed that because the roundtable became a political opportunity where people were positioning, and frankly, I didn't think it was necessarily a constructive conversation, that roundtable ultimately, and I thought our one-on-one conversation was much more constructive.
When was the last time you talked to President Trump?
Well, the night that he lied, where he said he quote-unquote read me the riot act, which he never did.
This is during the ICE raids?
Right before he did all of the raids and federalized the National Guard.
Thank you, Carlos.
Lied about it, knowingly misled the American people about that conversation. It was a 17 or so minute conversation that was extraordinarily collaborative, mind-numbing what he wanted to talk about. He wanted to talk about Kamala Harris' debate performance. He wanted to talk about how many hats he had sold under the MAGA brand and what a great brand it was. He was trying to regale me about how impressed he was with his branding of me called New Scum. He said, it's quite original. Don't you appreciate it? I told him, no, it was done to me in 7th grade, Mr. President. It's hardly original. It was a collaborative conversation. It's the last one we have.
During the fires, I report about how you not only had to monitor the active fire conditions, but also the misinformation and the disinformation that was coming from President Trump, but also people like Elon Musk. And there's a story to me that sticks out. that's in the book about how you're in your makeshift emergency operations center down in Los Angeles and you're watching this live stream of Elon Musk talk to firefighters down at the beach in their command post, and you kind of lose it at an aide of yours. You were very upset about what you were hearing from Elon Musk, and he was basically trying to push the theory that water had run out in the Palisades but not in Malibu, which was what President Trump had been pushing as well. And you said, excuse my language, this is goddamn proof, this is all bullshit and lies, I'm done, let's go on offense, F these guys.
Yeah, well, yeah.
What pushed you over the edge?
You did it in a very calm manner. But it's 100% right, and let me reinforce, forgive the language, we can bleep this out, it was hurricane force bullshit. From Trump, weaponized lies, disinformation, amplified by Elon Musk, Alex Jonesification of our entire media ecosystem. I mean, you 10 lines down on page 97 of your book bear witness to this. You were going to go on a live spot with Stephanie Rule, and it was interrupted. Stephanie said, hold on, new information. Mark Zuckerberg is saying we're no longer going to do fact-checking on Facebook. This poly crisis, all stacked, all happening at once. But for me, once again, it talked about my mind being stretched. Not continue we had in that moment with Elon and the lies that he was promoting.
I like the way X does the fact checking. I like the way X does the fact checking because, see, Facebook fact checking was a little bit different. Like, they had the moderators and whatever, but X fact checking is more like, it'll be like readers added context, you know. So you will see the video and then under it or the caption, it'll be like readers added context. That's kind of the fact checking mode of X, instead of them just tearing your post down. It'll be like readers added context, and it'll tell you what's going on.
That he himself was caught front because he challenged local firefighters about the water and the lies and the bullshit he was promoting. And they looked at him and they said, sir, you're absolutely wrong. And he cut off the feed.
Social media right away.
We put it right away. And you know what? We've never changed our social media since. If people ask, boy, when was the moment that you started to shift your communication and how you're shaping narrative and attention? It was literally that moment where I realized we simply could not afford to do business the way we were.
You said some of your own very close personal friends were sort of buying what Trump and Musk were selling. What did he convince them of?
I saw one the other night. God is my witness. He'll have just the anxiety. I'm sitting there battling these fires, battling misinformation, little sleep over a 3-week period, the same jeans, jacket. I'm not saying any of that. Say this. I was also trying to just confront. I said, where the hell are you hearing this? What, Delta smelt? What are you talking about? You can't be serious. I said, where the hell are you hearing this? What, Delta smelt? I'm sitting there battling these fires, battling misinformation, little sleep over a 3-week period, the same jeans, jacket. I'm not saying any of that. Say this. I was also...
Now, Gavin Newsom, I'm just going to be all the way honest with you, Gavin Newsom. I had to run that part of the clip back. Gavin Newsom just said he was in the same jeans and jacket for 3 weeks. Now, chat, you guys know my background. Y'all know how I used to go there. I was outside, chat. I was hustling, man. Now, I done wore the same clothes for a couple days, maybe a few days. But for 3 weeks, it's crazy, Gavin Newsom. I'm not gonna. You're not hustling that damn hard, Gavin Newsom. I would see you shining, man. If you was hustling that hard, where you wore the same shit for 3 weeks, Gavin Newsom, damn, you are a lot in.
So trying to just confront. I said, where the hell are you hearing this? What, Delta smelt? What are you talking about? You can't be serious. You believe this bullshit. Sprinklers would have saved this. There's a spigot up north that all I had to do was move, and this would have all been taken care of. And these are smart people, wildly successful people. I said, I can't confront you. You're a friend. You're someone that I've developed at least a relationship of understanding and trust, and you've fallen prey to this. So this is happening to good people. and it's happening at a scale. And this is it's so foundational. I love the way you did this book, because you didn't just talk about the crisis from the past and looking at the present and looking where we're going, but in the context of this larger ecosystem, where that ecosystem includes, yes, this is around climate change and mother.
I'm not gonna lie, Gavin Newsom does look like he'll go on a binge, bro, and wear the same shit for 3 weeks. I'm just gonna be real. Like, I don't think he'll just wear the same shit for 3 weeks, just, you know, whatever he's saying, but like, it looks like he'll go on a damn bender, bruh, and just get on one minute and he fuck around with the same thing for 3 weeks, man. Like, just fuck everything.
Nature and the acuity of these crises and the totality of them in terms of cost, the 27 large-scale impacts over $1 billion each last year, 28 the prior year, as you spell out, but also the bullshit that is out there. And the fact, for the first time in history, we have a president that is promoting that in the middle of these disasters, in the middle of the emergencies, where lives are quite literally on the line, and people are buying the bullshit, hook, line, and sinker.
Well, I think part of it is people want somebody to blame, and you know better than anybody that there are residents in Los Angeles that want to point a finger at you or at Mayor Bass and say, you're responsible for what happened to their home and that it could have been different. Who does Gavin Newsom think, or what does Gavin Newsom think is to blame when it comes to these historic crises?
I'm interested in what to do and learn those facts and lessons. And we have an independent review from the world's leading scientific and fire experts, period, full stop.
The Fire Safety Research Institute.
Research Institute, universally accepted as the best in class. They came out with their first report, and they're coming out with their second report this spring. Let the facts fall where they may across the board. I initiated a series of independent investigations as it relates to a reservoir that was drained because of federal and state rules, and the timing of that. We investigate the impacts as it relates to this fire on hydrants and whether or not the issues around pumping and piping could have been fixed or changed. And look, I'm all in to improve, get better, and iterate. But I will say this, as governor of California, I was down there within a few hours, didn't leave the scenes for weeks, and pre-positioned.
You said no love on any channel. I don't know why. I don't know. Anyways, Mike, you said Newsom will be destroyed in the debate. I'm ready to see it, man. I'm ready to see J.D. Vance and Newsom debate. I'm ready to see Newsom debate whoever the hell is going to run against him. DNC, Tim Walz has dropped out, so I guess Pritzker or Kamala, whoever the hell is going to run against Newsom. I'm ready to see James Talrico debate Jasmine Crockett. Who else am I ready to see debate? It's quite a few debates I'm ready to see.
In 10 engines. Sent them down on Monday, the day before this event. And I'm very proud of the fact that my team had the wisdom to organize the largest pre-deployment in California history into the arena, into Southern California, in anticipation of this. And I'm very proud of the response of CAL FIRE, the federal highway, our federal partnerships, as well as the folks in the Highway Patrol and the folks out there on the ground, particularly our National Guard.
This independent report, your own independent report you mentioned, it isn't actually, though, in this Phase 2 report, investigating origin and causes of the fires, leaving that to local jurisdictions. How come?
Well, as it relates to the cause and the investigation, CAL FIRE goes through a very extensive process. That was certainly the case in the Camp Fire. They have their arson investigator teams. They go through a review.
But your independent investigation won't do that.
Elected officials like me do not touch, absolutely do not touch, that have profound economic consequences, legal consequences. That review is being conducted. Remember, you're talking about 12 fires. You're not just talking about one fire. And you're talking about a DOJ investigation that determined the arsonists, was residing, I think, in Florida at the time, that allegedly, and again, due process, lit that fire that ultimately led to some of the early sparks that led to this. So we're looking at the totality of the response. We're looking at the preparedness. We're looking throughout the entire arena of what could have been done better and what lessons learned that we can make sure going forward we're even more successful. But it's a separate investigation, the origin.
Are you open to the idea that mismanagement or policy or operational decisions played a role, including but not limited to the LA Fire Department, Karen Bass, CAL FIRE, state parks, county entities? Do you think any of these different agencies or entities or policies could have played a role in what happened and why it was so bad?
I think you have to keep an open mind about everything. Read, seek first to understand before you're understood. Independent investigations, absolutely, bring them on. One thing I know, and it's not scapegoating, this was a fire that occurred, one fire that occurred in the Palisades that occurred within a state park, but in a footprint within LA City, where LA Fire Department had a contract where they run operational focus, they point on operations, making decisions. They did their own after-action report, which people are reviewing and adjudicating, and a lot of people's strong opinions about. We will knit that together with these larger investigations of what's going on, and the state will play its appropriate role, but will not get involved in any of these independent investigations with a thumb.
I talked today to someone who lives on McNally Avenue in Altadena, the street you and I were on.
Is he smiling for?
Saturday after the fire started, and she was talking to me about how hard it is to rebuild. And there's this new report that says over 40% of lot sales are going to real estate investors, not to locals, California residents.
What did I just tell y'all? All of those lots out of the palace to the people who can't get permits to rebuild, they're not they're selling those lots because they can't do anything with it. They gotta make do. So they're selling the lots because they can't rebuild, they can't do nothing, they don't have a timeline or anything. And investors are buying it, not even residents of California. I just spoke earlier about the billionaire that's coming through, the guy that won the lottery. I don't know if it's a billionaire, but the guy that won the lottery that's coming through buying up all of that land over there, man. Straight up. Now, what is Gavin going to respond to this, chat? Chat, we are 17 subscribers away from the next sub goal. Double tap the screen, shut a live out. We are 17 subscribers away from the next sub goal. We're 25 likes away from the next the next like goal.
Are being forced out. They can't afford, the higher premiums or the cost of rebuilding. Are these priced out fire victims, just more evidence that, California is the most unaffordable state in the nation?
I don't know about that. I mean, that conversation is an important conversation. It obviously has some overlap here, but I wouldn't frame it simply in those terms. Let me back up. One of the first executive orders, I've signed 27 executive orders. There's no issue related to the state of California that is an impediment for rebuilding, period, full stop. Quite the contrary. The state has been funding local staff and personnel. The state has been resourcing state-of-the-art AI plan check technology, ArchStar, which we just implemented in city and county. We continue to support philanthropic.
Oh my God, Gavin, to tell the truth, you're waiting people the fuck out, man. You're waiting them out, man. You're waiting them out till they put their shit on the market. You know the shit's not gonna last, and investors gonna come eat that shit up because y'all have the new idea for that high-speed railway. You got the damn Olympics coming, whatever the hell else is coming, man. Let's be honest, Gavin. You're waiting these people out, man. You got the time. Your investor buddies got the time. Birdman hand rub, man. This is what they're doing over there, man. Top Cat, this is what they doing to y'all shit over there, man. They Birdman hand rubbing, waiting those people over there to fuck out, man, so they can scoop it up on the cheap.
We continue to support our own state relief efforts. We had a special session. We delivered $2.5 billion for recovery. We're addressing many of the issues in our disaster recovery requests from the federal government, which are foundational in terms of addressing some of those gaps in terms of insurance and cost of construction and the ability to rebuild, low financing.
Thank you, Major Woody.
Forbearance, et cetera. But one of the first executive orders I signed was on the issue of predatory practices for people trying to proactively come out and take your property from you, offering you something without the ability for you to truly assess whether or not it was fair. And it was a very effective and important first piece of action we took after these fires. The broader market conditions are challenging, and that's why we continue to work hard to make sure we're trying to fill those gaps and rebuild community, including, by the way, new platforms like Foothill Catalog, pre-approved plans, designs, looking at scoping and scaling to reduce construction costs.
Pre-approved plans, pre-approved designs looking to scale construction costs. That shit does not sound American to me, man. Get them folks their damn permits, Gavin, so they can get their shit how they want it, man. This is wild, bro. What? What? These are people's homes we're talking about. What? Man, between Gavin and Mom Donnie, I'm about to throw some shit in this bitch. Man, what?
And sharing material supplies and resources, other efforts to make sure we can rebuild community, not just rebuild homes.
You're turned out in a year. When it comes to your successor, do you think that there's one person who is best equipped amongst your potential successors to carry on the recovery?
That's a great way to get involved in the governor's.
Man, they're about to put a high-speed railway through all of that shit, Top Cat. Man, this shit, listen, chat. This is my prediction. All of that shit, man, all of them lots and shit, that shit's cool. They're going to sell it, yeah, but whatever they really needed, that high-speed railway shit is about to go up there, man. Have y'all ever been somewhere where they were putting a highway through it, man? They got that shit, what is it, eminent domain, where you either gonna sell us this shit, man, for the value we give you, man. We're gonna pay you what the fuck we want for your house, man, and you gotta get the fuck out, cause we're finna put a damn highway through your shit. Same situation, man. They about to put a high-speed railway through their shit, man. Probably be state funded.
This race, I have not made that determination.
Are you gonna endorse?
I have no idea. But I will say this, anyone that's not focused on this issue is not worthy of I say this with respect. I hope and expect that every single person running for office
Top Cat, man, I don't know, man. This shit sounding real communist over there, Top Cat, man. You saying the community, not just them. Perfect words, Newsom. Man, listen, Top Cat. I understand what you said. You want some kumbaya shit. You know what I'm saying? You want some kumbaya shit. You want everybody to have a chance, man. These people made their money however they made it. They wanted to live up in the hills and look down at people, and they wanted to have their gated communities, and, you know, you feel like they shouldn't have that. You feel like it should be some Peter Pan shit where Gavin Newsom in the state just doesn't issue permits or nothing so they can rebuild, and then now they just rebuild some state funded shit, and a high-speed railway, man. But that's not the American dream right there, man. That's not, listen, man. Like I said, whether they were rich, poor, middle class and shit, it's some bullshit, man. It's some bullshit, man. It's some bullshit, bro.
We'll do the right thing and accelerate. It's a baton that's being passed. You know, this powerful play goes on, and may we all contribute a verse. And it will be critical, particularly as we move again this last year, from unprecedented debris removal to now 2,500 plus permits, which is among the fastest we've ever seen for large scale recovery, and to make sure that the next year we're addressing the gap in financing and costs.
Man, see, this is what y'all don't realize. You said, nah, they just flew to their other house. A lot of those people were probably fucking strapped tight and upside down on their damn house. I'm just going to be all the way honest. Just because people live in some nice shit or something don't mean that they're just fucking rich, man. I'm just going to be all the way honest with you, man. A lot of people live above their means. A lot of those people out there probably was fucking upside down, man. Just trying to make it.
And then
in a nice area.
I'm gone, then accelerating its scale within the next 2 or 3 years to get this place 90, 100% rebuilt.
What qualities do you want your successor to have?
Responsibility, accountability. Can't be an ideologue. You got to be open argument, interested in evidence. Got to take responsibility, even when it's not.
How when you're upside down on your house? What if they were upside down, man? That's a total fucking loss. You know what I'm saying? Like shit, a lot of the folks could have been upside down.
Assigned you, and even when you can abdicate any responsibility legitimately, but I think people want someone that can ultimately handle that burden. And I'm not the mayor of California, but I recognize a big part of my job is being mayor of California. I certainly felt that way as it relates to this fire a year ago, and I take that responsibility to heart.
You're thinking about running for president of the United States. You've said that fate will ultimately determine that.
Yeah.
But your record in California, including on these fires, will also determine that. Yeah. When you have Americans looking at the way that you responded to these wildfires 1 year ago, what are the qualities that you think they should see that are befitting of a future commander-in-chief?
Well, I don't want to, forgive me, I don't want to go out, out of my way to promote your book, but read the book. You're more objective mind than I am. Read the book. I think you did a rather decent job. Didn't like everything I read in it, but I thought it painted a pretty fair picture of a governor of California trying to do his best at a remarkable and challenging time. Look, this is no other state in America has done more to try to address the issue of climate crisis in the first place. I've 10x vegetation and forest management. Donald Trump's cutting those budgets. I've doubled the size of CAL FIRE. This equipment you see behind me, this didn't exist when I got here. 16 of these we've gotten. The largest civilian aerial firefighting fleet in the world. In the world. We've fast-tracked our vegetation forest management, our fuel breaks. We have flooded the zone in terms of support. We flooded the zone with the biggest pre-positioning in California history for these fires. It was on the scene, didn't leave for weeks and weeks. Proud of that. I'm still there having the backs of the folks down there. You're going to find folks, of course. People are out there furious, upset. I get it. Their lives have been completely torn asunder. But we continue to go back, and we'll have their backs. Unlike the President of the United States, who's not done a damn thing, hasn't lifted a finger. So you talk about the attributes for a President of the United States. Take a look at what you've got. The opposite. And that's what the American people deserve.
Do you want to be president of the United States?
It's not the focus, not my interest. It's not. I literally have no idea what fate will hold. It's not my area of focus right now. My focus, honestly, is reflective right now in terms of this fire, what we're going to be doing in recovery. I've got a budget that I think will surprise some people that we'll be announcing very shortly, and we're making progress on some of the most challenging issues, notably the issue of homelessness and housing in this state. And I'm proud of some of the progress we've been making, particularly on housing reforms that I think are best in class in this country.
Do you have a deadline for yourself to decide about?
Oh my God, it's 3 years. My biggest fear is that people like me focus too much attention away from the task at hand. And that task at hand is not complicated. And to any Democrat listening and watching, I pray you take me literally and seriously. The only thing that matters is 2026, taking back the House of Representatives and having Speaker of the House by the last name of Jeffries that will have the decency to respond to a request from the American people that happen to reside here in the state of California to say we have your back and we're going to be back to support you for disaster relief and recovery. The whole thing, our republic, will align with the responsibility we have in this country to get Speaker Jeffries into office. At peril, we fall short of that. 2028 is truly a distraction.
Well, I heard you say if Republicans retain control of the House of Representatives, you think Donald Trump will be in office for a third term as President of the United States. Is that true?
It's figuratively, if not literally. I think his time of life is pretty self-obvious.
No, this is a cigar, man. This is cigar lick.
State of mind. If he was a younger man, we'd be talking, I think, about his tenure from his perspective in decades, not years. But in the context of his time of life, it will be years.
But
I don't expect him to be in their third term, but I expect him to do everything to wire it for his successor. Do you think I believe? If you're suggesting this, let me make clear my position. Do I believe that Donald Trump will promote fair and free elections if Speaker Johnson remains Speaker in 2027? No, I do not. And I have the evidence to back that up, not just the federalization and the National Guard, not these quick response teams that I've just referenced, but what he tried to do with the DOJ and Prop 50, what he's trying to do as it relates to midterm redistricting, what he's doing consistently as it relates to voter suppression, as it relates to what he did on the day of the election here in Southern California and sent out these BORTAC teams, these Border Patrol teams up there, and you know this intimately, up there near Dodger Stadium. These are the guys dressed up and cosplaying with the big Black Hawk helicopters and the tactical gears to suppress voter turnout. the fact that he's trying to vandalize vote by mail. I don't for a second trust him. And forgive me if you think that's hyperbolic or I'm going all Alex Jones on you. I remember something called January 6th. We're also going to have that anniversary before we have the anniversary of January 7th here in Southern California, and how he tried to light democracy on fire and tried to steal this election. This guy is not screwing around, and nor should we.
You mentioned other Democrats in the United States. Across the country, Zoran Mamdani was inaugurated as the mayor of New York City. Another job where crisis management, I think, is absolutely central to that role. What do you see as similarities between you and the new mayor of New York, and where do you differ?
Well, I think the similarities is once a mayor, always a mayor. You have to have a mayoral mindset. And I think it's profoundly important. Mayors tend to, a successful mayor, even a marginally successful one, has to be a pragmatist. You can't govern from an ideological perch. There's no Republican or Democratic strategy to clean up the streets or fill potholes. You just got to get stuff done. And so it's a very pragmatic, roll up your sleeves job. And I think that's a similarity that he will certainly understand and we share in the context of my time and tenure in that role.
Where do you differ?
We'll see. It's to be determined. Look, people campaign, promise, then you got to deliver. And if you can deliver on affordability, here's my call to arms. Success leaves clues. There's power of emulation. He comes up with a new strategy, new idea. I did the most significant rent control legislation in the United States of America, California, and solved the issue of affordability. I caution folks from the easy, that this is all easy. It's a one or two policy shifts, and all of a sudden, free this ultimately inures to solving for many, many of life's challenges. He's not suggesting that. I don't expect that he'll be promoting a one or two off decisions. So, but it's hopeful. I love inaugurals. It's hopeful, and I'll be here, and I think all of us should be here to make sure he's successful.
Have the two of you talked?
We talked right before the election, congratulated him, got right back to me. He ran a magnificent campaign, and talk about success leaving clues. It was an extraordinary, modern campaign. He's incredibly gifted, remarkably effective communicator, and his ability to stay disciplined on message is next level. And I pray he's equally as effective governing one of the great cities in our country.
Do you think the Democrats should release that 2024 autopsy report?
I personally do, but I'm not. I was just going back and forth on New Year's messaging with Ken Martin, head of our party, and I didn't even get into it. I was thinking about it for a second. I don't want to put any more pressure on him, but I think it's helpful because I've been trying to do that myself. I joke, I've said this in the past, that I'm up to 28 pages of my own report on this, and so I have a lot of theories, and I'd love to see what their theories are.
Another thing I want to ask you about that has been coming out of Washington just in the last couple of days is the Trump administration saying that they are going to freeze child care funding via the Child Care and Development Fund in all 50 states. What are the consequences of that in California?
Well, we had a conversation about it this morning. We've had the most significant child care expansion subsidies in the United States. Should be better known. It's not. We have done hundreds of thousands of subsidized child care slots. We organize the largest bargaining unit in the United States of America, which is a big deal. It's not about just more slots. It's about quality. And organizing the workforce, giving our workforce more voice has become one of the foundational principles of our expansion efforts. This is catastrophic, potentially. And spare me, what a laughable joke. Donald Trump going out and talking about this new word. I know he discovered groceries, and now he's discovered the word affordability, that he still lays claim to the fact that he is focused on affordability when he's gone after the two central tenets. I guess it'll be housing next, the three-legged stool on health care, and now child care, which is found. And by the way, child care is workforce development. Child care is economic development. You want to get people back in the workforce, you want to support families, you believe in families, then you believe in supporting child care and child care workers in the workforce. So it's a real threat, and we're trying to game it out, and like so many other threats, he often follows through on them. So I don't take it.
Caroline Levitt saying they might investigate fraud potentially here in California as it relates to
well,
this.
I think let's bring it on. Fraud in terms of child care. You think for a second anyone countenance as fraud? So if he has some unique insight.
What's up, Chris?
I look forward to partnering with him can't stand fraud, can't stand waste and abuse, can't stand the kind of thing he has been doing.
I'm finna check the markets right quick, chat, and see what Gavin Newsom's chance is to be president in 2028. Let's see, Gavin. Well, Gavin Newsom announced presidential run by, December 1st, 2026. Yes, I think Gavin Newsom will announce a presidential run by December 31st, 2026. Will he announce a presidential run? It's 17% right now. It went up 2%. 17% right now. And he has a 37% chance of being the presidential nominee. 37% chance being the nominee. The next closest is AOC with an 11% chance. Pete Buttigieg with a 5% chance. Josh Shapiro, Kamala, both at 4%. All right, let's get back into it.
In terms of our National Guard and hundreds of millions of dollars from taxpayers, subsidies and funds that have been wasted on all of this illegal activity by this president. So I'm with you in terms of that, and I'm with Caroline Levitt as well.
Again, just to wrap up here, we're here to mark the one-year anniversary of this devastating series of fires that hit Los Angeles. And one of the things that sticks with me when I talk to experts about what had happened is that this is in some measure the fire of the future, that there'll be more of these. Do you believe it's inevitable that we're going to be seeing more fires like we saw a year ago in Los Angeles again?
How could you suggest otherwise when we've dealt, from the moment I laid eyes in person on Donald Trump, I was governor-elect next day. I was told after I was elected about some fire in Northern California, one in Southern California. It became the Camp and Woolsey fires. And here we are at 1 year anniversary of a winter fire in Southern California. And so, no, I fear that unless we all do things differently and we're all accountable at another level. As I said, we've 10x'd since 2019 our vegetation and forest management. We've doubled the investments in CAL FIRE, our state firefighting workforce. We continue to lead the world, not just this nation, in LiDAR technology, 3D technology, drone technology, our fire system, best in class. People come from around the globe to look at our predictive strategies as it relates to fire modeling and the work we do in terms of pre-deploying our assets in ways that are funded and supported by the state. Most other states don't. Meanwhile, Donald Trump is doing exactly the opposite in every single category, and I fear for this nation unless we reconcile that. We need a partner in this to answer your question and to mitigate these issues. Without that, states will continue.
See, that's one thing I get. See, Jocelyn said California's economy is so big, it's carrying small red states. I do believe that California would be the fourth largest economy if it was, its own separate country. But that's not because of Gavin Newsom. Let's just be all the way fucking real. That's whoever drew the lines when they picked out the 50 states and shit. Whoever drew that line, that state line right there, that's who allowed Cali to prosper, man. Like Top Cat says, it's abundant resources and shit. Whoever drew that damn line right there. Cali was going to thrive with or without Gavin Newsom, man. It was going to get the rocking over there, man. Let's just be all the way honest.
Challenged and struggle, but no state is asserting itself more than our state, and we'll do what we can, and we'll do what we must to do better and do more in the future to make sure we don't see another one of these in the future.
Governor Newsom, thanks again. Good to see you.
Good to be with you.
Just the sheer size of these and the amount.
All right, man. Let's move on. All right, Chad. I told y'all we would go back to that Scott Ritter interview where he's the former UN weapons inspector. He's giving his thoughts.
Of course, we're the strongest nation.
For it comes only once to a people. 25, Scott, thank you very much. 2026, Scott, thank you very much for your time on a Saturday afternoon. We are here, of course, to talk about the events in Venezuela in the past 24 hours. How can the president possibly explain or justify this invasion and takeover of the government of another country?
You said, do I think Trump is better than Newsom? I think they're different. I think they're similar but different. I wouldn't say that Newsom is better than Trump at all. One thing, my gripe with Newsom is he wants to, this is what I'm scared of with Newsom. I'm scared that Newsom's going to become president and put an executive order on ARs, banning ARs. He's already tried to get a majority of the states to sign it in. He's already tried to get, and that's a hard pass for me. I'm just going to be all the way honest. Newsom would be a lot better in my eyes had he not tried to do that. Get the AR ban across the country. Now, when it comes to California, okay, that's cool. But he didn't even, at that time, he didn't even stay in California. That's where Newsom, I believe, shot himself in the foot. If he would have stayed in California with the AR ban, he would maybe have had, some plausible deniability. But because he made that nationwide push for the assault rifle bans, I just can't fuck with him like that. I'm just going to be all the way honest, man. I'm just going to be all the way honest. I like listening to him talk. I like, covering him. He is the governor of California, fourth largest economy if California was a country. But when it comes to that, it's a hard pass for me. This dude might really take the fucking guns from us, bro. They always holler, the Democrats are going to take the guns. The Democrats are going to take the guns. And I used to be like, whatever. But now, this dude might really fucking take the guns. I'm just going to be all the way honest.
In terms of America's national security needs?
Well, I think that, first of all, you have to understand that the president isn't going to have a fact-based discussion with the American people. The president's in the business of shaping perceptions.
It's not just the ARs. I think that's the start of it, man. That's the start. ARs is the start, man. He's president. He fuck around, put an executive order banning all of this shit, man. Motherfuckers that be looking like Canada or one of these other countries over here where you gotta the only gun you can have is a damn shotgun. It's gotta be registered to this and that, man. Listen, I'm not with that shit, bro. I don't care, man. Listen, I'm not with that shit, bro. I'm not with that shit, bro.
And that's exactly what he's going to do. He's going to spin this as a great win for American national security because
and then we got people like Cole saying no one's coming for your guns. The guy literally led a nationwide campaign trying to get all the states to sign on to it to ban them. You saying he's not coming for our guns? They just banned the damn Glocks out there. They can only have certain kind of Glocks now with the weird barrel, man. It is what it is. No more new. They can only make them now like that, man. Not making the old styles anymore out there. It's over with, man. Listen, man. Fucking with Gavin Newsom, we're gonna watch him closely. Like I said, Gavin Newsom it's just crazy, man. It's crazy, man. Let's see. Hold on. Let me pull this shit up, man. Let me pull this shit up. Institute a reasonable waiting period for all gun purchases and ban assault weapons nationwide. Now, when you hear that, right? A reasonable waiting period for all gun purchases, right? But when you go to California and you look at the data, up until, I believe we covered it a couple months ago, they had like thousands of people applying for concealed carry permits and only 2 had been approved. So it was thousands of people on the waiting list to get their permits and shit, and they had only approved 2 people. So this reasonable waiting period might not be as reasonable as Mr. Gavin is talking about, man. I didn't want to make this a gun control or a gun debate, but I'm just speaking right now. Also, the nationwide assault ban is like, what the fuck you mean a nationwide assault ban? Like, You really think these people are finna turn? The moment they come try to start making folks turn in these ARs, man, America has fallen, bro. The moment they try to make people turn them in now, banning future sales and shit, I'm not with that shit either. But the very moment they try to make people come start turning that shit in, man, it's over with, bro.
We have eliminated, one of the main sources of the illegal flow of narcotics to the United States. Now, this is...
You said, why do I want military grade weapons anyway? Because that's my fucking right. Because I can have it. If you are a law abiding citizen and can have that shit, it's because you can have it. I shouldn't have to explain what I want to do with it. If I want to look at it and clean it every night, if I want to, hang it on the damn wall, if I want to go hunt a bear, if I just want to go take it to the damn gun range, if I want to have my AR, because maybe we don't want to be like Venezuela. You remember Maduro and their military was out there passing out fucking ARs and shit and AKs out of the back of vans when the U.S. Yeah, I'm not trying to be out there in a damn line with my hand out waiting for them to pass me my damn rifle. Unhand my shit, man. I'll show up with my own right. You know how like when you used to play baseball for the team, right? They had team bats and shit, and then you brought your own bat, right? I would rather be the guy to bring my own bat. You know what I'm saying? Straight up.
Of course, a lie. Venezuela is not the main source. Colombia, Mexico, they come from a lot of places. No fentanyl comes from Venezuela. It all comes across the Mexican border, or at least the majority of it. So if we had a fact-based conversation, the president would be shown to be a liar. But that's not, again, I don't mean to be insulting too many people, but I'm going to insult a lot of people right now. MAGA.
You saying you won't vote for better healthcare, schools, better food or housing, but you'll vote to have a gun to feed you. Listen, I'm going to tell you like this. Yes, all of that matters, but the moment we give up the guns, all of that shit definitely becomes unattainable if it's ever taken. I'm just going to be all the way honest with you. The moment they come and take them guns and shit, that healthcare, bitch, complain about it. What are you going to do about it? Literally. Housing, food and shit, bitch, complain. You have no guns. What are you going to do about it? Literally. Eminent domain, we come take your property, do whatever. What are you going to do about it? Literally, man. Won't even have a fucking chance, man.
The MAGA movement is comprised of some of the most ignorant people in the world about the world we live in. They know nothing about the world, and they don't care about the world. This America First, a mantra that's out there, disguises a whole host of sins, and one of the greatest sins is disguised as sin of ignorance. The American people are ignorant of the world we live in. We are extraordinarily ignorant about Venezuela. Therefore, we are susceptible to be told things and believe things as long as we're not prompted to dig too deeply into the issues like drugs. We're told we have a drug problem. We do have a drug problem. We're told that we have a fentanyl problem. I think the statistics prove that. But then they say that Venezuela is the source of this, and getting rid of Maduro will go a long way to resolving this. That's a lie. It's not going to resolve anything. But what the president did here is...
Why should we have a National Guard then? Because we have a National Guard. Why does it have to be such a multi-layered and in-depth question? We have a military. We have the Army, the Navy, the Marines, Air Force, all the branches of the military. A National Guard, Air Force Reserves, Army Reserves, and we have citizens as well. I mean, I don't know what you said. Why have the National Guard then? For military, for protection. I don't know what you want me to say, man. You want me to say because we have the National Guard that I'm supposed to give up my guns? If I'm a law-abiding citizen, you want me to tell all law-abiding legal gun owners to give up their guns because we have a National Guard? Yeah, I'm not with it. I'm not with it.
Created a made-for-TV narrative we went in and we got the bad guy. And it looked very easy because, of course, we're the strongest nation in the world under Donald Trump. And we don't want to dig into how this was so easy, how the CIA probably paid hundreds of millions of dollars directly or indirectly to the political elite, including the military and security forces of Venezuela, to step aside and let us do this staged event. Because this was a staged event. You don't go in with 2 troops of Delta Force into a hostile capital city and launch an assault of this nature unless everything was cleared in advance. That's the quickest way to lose 35 Delta troops. No, they went in. It was cleared hot to go in. It was a permissive environment. They got their made-for-TV moment, and then they left. And Donald Trump's going to build on that. But I think what you're going to see is that we have, over the course of the past several months, exploited both the sanctions and the possibility of lifting sanctions and the reality of the oil, of the money that's attached to the flow of oil. And we bought out the political and economic elite of Venezuela, including those who just a week ago were saying that they're standing with Maduro for life. Well, apparently they have a price, and that price was paid, and we own them, and we own Venezuela now. I think for the president, this is about perception, and right now, for the MAGA audience who doesn't ask a lot of discerning questions, this is a great victory. This is exactly what the president wanted.
The president claims that this was the arrest of a fugitive from justice. The charges against him are grossly exaggerated. There's no mention of fentanyl whatsoever in the indictment against him. One of the charges against him is possession of a weapon in violation of the United States Firearms Act of 1934, which has since been...
Yeah, it don't matter about the gold and silver that's in the vaults, because Trump and his administration and the Pentagon have already commissioned a new smelting facility to be built in Tennessee, $7.4 billion. The Pentagon's going to own 40% of it, man. They're going to get that gold and silver out the fucking ground, man. They're going to put that shit in big barrels, whatever they're going to put it in. They're going to put it on the boat, shipping container, whatever. It's going to be on the way to fucking Tennessee or wherever else that they got at smelting facilities. Trump said a lot of them's finna go up. We've seen one already commissioned in Tennessee, $7.4 billion. J.P. Morgan Chase, who has a lot, you know, and a lot of vested interest in, you know, the silver, they're financing this bad boy, man. They're financing it, man. So they're gonna get the gold out of the fucking ground. They're gonna get the silver out of the fucking ground. They're gonna get the uranium, whatever other precious metals they need, and materials and shit out of the fucking ground, man.
Unconstitutional by the Supreme Court. You can't say this with a straight face. How can somebody in Caracas, Venezuela, possessing a weapon that is lawful in Caracas, Venezuela, be indicted for violating American federal law? This is the nonsense that, you are right, Donald Trump will try to sell to the American people. This is not a law enforcement event. This is an attack and takeover of the government of a foreign country, which what? Pete Hegseth and Marco Rubio are now going to run?
Yeah, like Douglas MacArthur running Japan, apparently, after the end of World War II. Judge, it gets even better than this because, you know, this whole indictment, there's reference to the, and I don't know, I can't remember the Spanish name, the Sun's drug cartel, the something of the Sun. That was a CIA front, and we know it. So the interesting part is during this trial, when Maduro starts, you know, demanding access to, you know, the CIA records, how that's going to play out, because, you know, this isn't something that the Venezuelan government did. This is a CIA narco front that was created by the CIA, I think, in 1989, sometime around that time frame. So, you know, this case should be dismissed outright, but maybe that's what will happen, and then they allow Maduro to go, because there's an element of collaboration here with Maduro. You know, this went down too easily. He went too willingly, and so maybe there's something here where, you know, they'll throw this case out, then he'll go into exile, in China or Russia or someplace. Who knows? Who knows what's going to happen? But the bottom line is, this is not about the rule of law. This is the antithesis of the rule of law. This is you can indict a ham sandwich. And so the fact that Maduro was indicted by the Southern District of New York means nothing. An indictment is not a finding of guilt. And so, we have an innocent man. Again, Americans need to understand that. He is cloaked with the presumption of innocence. We've already found him guilty. We've already declared him to be a drug trafficker. We're already moving on. We use this as regime change excuse. We aren't a nation of the rule of law anymore. And this week, this was not been a good week for America. It might be a good week for Donald Trump politically, but for America, this week showed that we need to risk global thermonuclear war to send a message to Vladimir Putin that we could target him when we wanted to target him. Because that's what happened with this drone attack. It was a CIA target, a CIA-run operation directed by the President of the United States to send a signal. And the thing is, the Russians know it. They turned over one of the recovered chips that have all the data on it. And if you know anything about targeting and intelligence and all this, the data proves that the CIA, that the United States was intimately involved, proves it. And the Russians handed it to the Americans, and they don't need to say it out loud. They just need to say, here, we know everything. And when you look at that chip, you'll know exactly what we know. Don't try to lie to us again. We know what you did. Changes Russia's approach to the United States. It'll change their approach towards negotiations, I believe. And then what we did in Venezuela, again, is just a signal that the United States is a rogue nation. We operate void of any notion of international law. And it's not even open for speculation anymore.
Will Vladimir trust Donald Trump again?
No.
I didn't even think about it like that, as sending a message to Putin or anywhere. Trump will kidnap your fucking president, man. Sending a message, man. Now that makes me like a little bit, you know what I mean? Because Putin's residence got targeted. Remember, Putin's residence got targeted with the drone strikes. And now remember he slipped up and said, Putin drone strikes. Now he's talking about actually Maduro getting kidnapped. So I didn't think about this as being a message to Putin like, hey, man, come get your ass, man.
I mean, again, I can't speak for Vladimir Putin, and I can't speak for anybody in the Russian government, but you have to understand, Vladimir Putin always said that he doesn't trust anybody. He's the president of Russia. His job isn't to trust anybody. His job is to look out for the best interests of Russia. Having said that, there are people that you can work with. You can work with on a collegial basis. Trust but verify, perhaps. The Russians, of course, aren't going to stop having diplomatic relations with the United States. But I think this was a cold shower for the Russians, the reality that the United States government, especially led by Donald Trump, is incapable of negotiating in good faith, that we are duplicitous, we lie, we can't be trusted on anything. And I do think that this is probably the end of Kirill Dmitriev's economic-based diplomacy. I think, going forward, the stupidity, sorry, I don't like to use that word, but the stupidity of believing that Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner were capable of negotiating in good faith on behalf of the United States of America. These are people who live for a profit, and the profit is usually attached to actions that are to the sole benefit of the United States. Look at Gaza, for instance, and the development taking place as genocide unfolds. And here we have them talking about, great Arctic exploitation things. At the same time, they tried to target a presidential facility. I just don't think the Russians will ever trust the United States to, or believe that the United States is acting in good faith.
How do you think this invasion and takeover of the government of Venezuela is viewed in Beijing?
So, as I reported earlier, they're saying that it's looking like Xi is trying to, go Damn, Chad. Go the legal route about this. It's looking like Chi is trying to go the legal route about this. Make it to where it's strict. Make it to where it's really strict, and regime change will no longer void contracts. So right now they're looking at it like this: China's fucked out of $60 billion. The $60 billion that they loaned Venezuela, and was planning on getting their money back through the oil is done. Regime change, that's over with. They're saying that Chi's looking to put as many lawyers as he needs to on this case to make it to where that will never happen again. That'll never happen again. All contracts will still be valid through regime change until everything is fulfilled. But yeah, that's crazy, man. No, I had to drop my phone, Chad. I had to drop my phone.
I don't know to what extent the Chinese government believed that the Venezuelan government had resilience. Sent a negotiating team, I think 10 hours before Maduro was taken into custody by the United States. A high-level Chinese negotiating team was there talking with him. That leads me to believe that Chinese believe that Maduro was a serious leader and that the Venezuelan government was a serious...
You said what contracts? All contracts. So right now we know that China and Venezuela are doing big deals. They're doing big oil tankers going there. Chinese diplomats were in Venezuela the night, either before or the night Maduro was ultimately kidnapped. And Trump got up there and said that they were talking about security guarantees. They were trying to get security about the hypersonic missiles that I've been ranting and raving about over the last month. So it was probably some contracts for that. Of course, China's into Venezuela for $60 billion in loans. I'm sure that there's a contract there like, hey, you owe us $60 billion. We loaned y'all the $60 billion. Russia is loaning Venezuela or giving Venezuela all of the military equipment, all of the air defense shit, you know. Pretty sure there's some contracts there. So with regime change coming in, shit going on, contracts might shift. You think Trump is gonna control Venezuela and let Venezuela keep buying these Russian whatever, man? They probably finna switch this shit the fuck up, man. It's finna get the changing, man. They want China the fuck up out of Venezuela. They want Russia the fuck up out of there, man. Like, the deal's done. It's over with.
This government. I think what we've seen now is that Maduro wasn't a serious leader. He was surrounded by a sea of corruption that was exploited by the CIA to the benefit of the United States, and it left China, Russia, and everybody else hanging dry. So from the Chinese perspective, I think you have to take a step back and reverse engineer everything you were doing with Maduro and understand that you were betrayed. And then the question is, at what point, did the Venezuelan elites sell their soul to you?
You just came in here and said no country has a hypersonic missile. China just demonstrated live firing of its YJ-20 hypersonic anti-ship missile the other day. They also have a DF-27A hypersonic glide vehicle. And what else do they have? Oh, this is the other development. This is the new shit, is what I'm talking about. Also mass producing a low-cost Mach 7 hypersonic missile, reportedly at 90% lower cost, signaling a shift towards large-scale deployment of hypersonic weapons. Additionally, there are reports of China testing an advanced hypersonic fractional orbital bombardment system, though details remain limited and unconfirmed. But the low-cost Mach 7 hypersonic missiles is what caused the blockades and everything. That was the reason. The blockades, the season of the oil tankers, the going in and kidnapping Maduro, that was the reason it happened at that time. Was it ultimately set to happen anyway? Probably. But the reason it happened at that time was within the same week that the reports started coming out that China not the government, but it's a private company. They let China, you know how China is about letting this shit go out. That's why they say the other details are limited and unconfirmed. China's really tight-knit about letting their, shit come out like this, the defense. But they let this private company announce that they were mass producing a low-cost Mach 7 hypersonic missile. It's made out of concrete and other materials for a $100,000 price tag. But yeah, so they got the hypersonic missiles for sure.
United States. And, what did China commit to after that point? I think the Chinese have some mud on their face because, you are responsible for, doing your due diligence on the people you negotiate with. And I think that if they believe that the Venezuelans were negotiating in good faith with China, it's now been proven that that's not the case.
Is Trump buying himself another Vietnam? And before you answer that, here's his comments about boots on the ground. Chris, number 7.
Does the U.S. running the country mean that U.S. troops will be on the ground? How will that work?
Well, they always say boots on the ground. So we're not afraid of boots on the ground if we have to have. We had boots on the ground last night at a very high level, actually. We're not afraid of it. We don't mind saying it. But we're going to make sure that that country is run properly. We're not doing this in vain. This is a very dangerous attack. This is an attack that could have gone very, very badly. We could have lost a lot of people last night. We could have lost a lot of dignity. We could have lost a lot of equipment. The equipment is less important, but we could have lost a lot. And we're going to make sure that this is proper. We're there now. We're ready to go again if we have to. We're going to run the country right. It's going to be run very judiciously, very fairly. They stole our oil. We built that whole industry there, and they just took it over like we were nothing. And we had a president that decided not to do anything about it. So we did something about it. We're late, but we did something about it. Yeah, please.
Shit.
Nothing about oil in the indictment. The references to him in the indictment are as the president of Venezuela, notwithstanding what Marco Rubio wants to say. But is...
Chad, they've been floating the idea of Trump wearing, like military attire, man, like Putin and Zelensky. They've been floating the idea of Trump wearing military attire. Like, I think I seen. Let me see if I can pull this right back up. But let me see if I can show y'all the ideas that they're floating. Man, hold on. Have y'all seen Trump in the military attire, man? Have y'all seen this? Let me see. Where is it at? Here it goes. I don't think I think they're like doing a soft launch with this shit, trying to test the public and see how the public would feel about it. But I don't think they're really gonna do it. But this is what it's looking like, man. Chat. This shit is crazy, man. How would y'all feel about that, man? How would y'all feel about that, chat? Let me pull that Sky Ridner back up, man. Y'all gotta let me know, chat. Y'all with it, y'all against it, man? Yes or no, man? He is Commander-in-Chief, man.
Well, we did something about it. We're late, but we did something about it. Yeah, please.
Nothing about oil in the indictment. The references to him in the indictment are as the president of Venezuela, notwithstanding what Marco Rubio wants to say. But let me ask you what I mentioned before we watched that clip. Is Trump buying himself another Vietnam?
I don't believe so. I think that this operation appears to have been crafted to avoid that situation. Why do I say that? This isn't your classic regime change operation where for instance, when we got rid
I'm gonna keep it all the way real with y'all, chat. The day that Trump comes out in the full military gear, it might be all bad, bro. Like, we know World War III has started, bro. If Trump comes out in damn near anything but that suit with the blue or red tie, chat, if Trump comes out in all black one day, man, it might be all bad, man. It's just black shades, black everything, man. It might looking like a damn Men in Black, man. It might be all bad. If he comes out in that military uniform, it's for sure all bad for us, man. It's probably nukes going off every fucking where, man. We probably ain't got no toilet paper in the damn grocery store, no milk. Everybody, man, and yeah, we see Trump come on Twitter or Truth Social in that military uniform, the White House press page, man. It's all bad, Chad. It's all bad.
rid of Saddam Hussein, one of the first things that Paul Bremer did is disband the Iraqi military, thereby creating a vacuum of authority and legitimacy.
Oh yeah, tan suit. Y'all remember how they did Obama in that tan suit, buckethead? Y'all remember how they crucified Obama for wearing that tan suit, man? Hey, Buck Nasty said, Method Man doing the news. Hold my nuts, man. Your name is a Buck and Nasty, man. Get the fuck out of here, bro. I don't trust you. You probably freaky as hell, man. Get your sniper style laying ass the hell up out of here, man. Pick up them thong flip-flops on your way up out this motherfucker, man. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. You do not get a gift, goodie bag, doggy bag on the way out, man. Ain't no leftovers going with you, man. Get the hell out of here, man. Freaky motherfucker.
Venezuelan Ministry of Defense is intact, led by the Minister of Defense. The Ministry of Interior is intact, led by the Minister of Interior. And we're not making any moves to remove them from power at this juncture. So the structures of security that existed under Maduro exist to this day. Same people, same soldiers, same barracks. The only difference is that the Minister of Interior and the Minister of Defense appear to be taking orders from the United States, from the CIA, from the State Department, from the people who paid them off. That's the case, and these people can, maintain security. There's no, and they toe the line. There's no need for the United States to put boots on the ground. Donald Trump knows for a fact that he doesn't have 100,000, 200,000, 300,000 excess troops to go into Venezuela, and he knows what would happen if he did do that. When he said boots on the ground, he was basically talking about a repeat of the Delta Force raid last night, that we could go in and take out the Minister of Defense if we wanted to. We could take out the Minister of Interior. That any one of these elites that have signed up to this and said, we're here to support this post-Maduro exercise, if they forget what they promised, we can go in and take them out with boots on the ground. But I don't think Donald Trump is talking about large-scale military deployments into Venezuela. It's not needed because basically we own the Venezuelan military and we own the Venezuelan security forces.
Not to raise your blood pressure, but here's the Secretary of Defense who calls himself the Secretary of War about what happened. Chris, number 5.
Nicolas Maduro had his chance, just like Iran had their chance, until they didn't and until he didn't. He effed around, and he found out. President Trump is deadly serious about stopping the flow of gangs and violence to our country. Deadly serious about stopping the flow of drugs and poison to our people.
Bro, I'm not gonna lie, man. Trump is over there looking like a mob boss right now, bro. Like, what? This Pete Higgs said sounds so damn corny. Talking about he effed around and found out, man. Listen, that shit sounded corny, man. Look at how Rubio is sitting there looking at him. Rubio looking at him like, man, bro, you really said that shit? Trump standing there like, look, bro, if I can make it, anybody can make it, man. I got 34 felonies, 3 baby mamas. I'm a billionaire, just kidnapped the fucking president, man. And I'm talking about annexing a few countries in the next 3 years while I'm here, man. A mob boss, man. Talking about we got Bitcoin longs and shorts going in before 100% tariffs and shit. We got $400,000 plays on whether the Venezuelan invasion is coming and shit. Man, listen, man. dropping soldiers on top of oil tankers, talking about we're gonna take the oil and the tanker, blowing boats out of the damn water, man. He's sitting there, it's like a damn mob boss, bro. This shit is like, bro, I'm reporting this shit, man. This shit is crazy, man. It's like global GTA out this motherfucker, man. It's global GTA right now, bro.
People deadly serious about getting back the oil that was stolen from us, and deadly serious about reestablishing American deterrence and dominance in the Western Hemisphere.
Nah, y'all don't hear a cat. This is my chair right here, man. This motherfucker need a little WD-40, chat, man. Donate to the channel. The Cash App is pinned, man. Donate to the channel and we're going to get a little WD-40, man. Super Chats are live as well. Memberships too, man. That's not a cat, man. That's just a little squeak in the chair, man. A little WD-40 might knock it out.
This is about the safety, security, freedom, and prosperity of the American people. This is America first. This is peace through strength. And the United States War Department is proud to help deliver it. Welcome to 2026. And under President Trump, America is back.
I'm just going to be all the way honest with you, Jay. We haven't been the good guys in a lot of this shit that's going on over the last, I'd say, 50, 100 years, man. We can tout this shit like we've been the good guys, man. Was it good when Bush went over there, man, and we did what we did over there, man? Listen, Jay, I'm just got to be all the way honest with you. The world has not been a moral place, I don't believe, ever. I don't believe ever. As long as there have been borders, those borders have been made through blood and or text. Blood and or text, man. It's just that this shit that's going on right now, they don't care that they're the good guys, man. They're touting this shit like we're gonna bring this back and blah 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 this, blah 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 that. Now that I learned that Venezuela's only putting out 1% of the oil in the global market, I can damn near guarantee that they're finna flood the market with this Venezuelan oil, man. They're finna push it, and maybe Venezuela gets a little kickback, more than that 1% they were getting. Are we the good guys in this? No, we're not the good guys in this. But is this needed? Will somebody come along in the future and be like, I'm glad President Trump dropped his nuts, secured Venezuela, got Greenland, and did what he did? Probably. Somebody probably. I'm just going to be honest.
How does veteran, how do senior military feel when they hear this kind of Hollywood-like nonsense?
But stupidity in the extreme. I mean, everything he said in there was legally challengeable, meaning that the legal basis, the factual basis for the things he was asserting aren't there. There's a reason why other presidencies didn't do things like this, because it was blatantly illegal. But, basically, as I said earlier, Donald Trump Donald Trump's not here to win over the Democrats. He's not here to win over the Kamala Harris crowd or the former Joe Biden supporters. He's not here to win over, anybody but his base. He needs his base to come out in November and allow him to finish his term as...
Listen, Jocelyn, you said, do we still think we're getting Greenland? Yes. Whether we make it the 51st state or some shit just changes to where we control it, yes, Greenland ass is on the clock. It's in the new Monroe Doctrine. I don't think Trump stops until he secures that shit. He already was moving away from NATO since he came in. He was talking about NATO doesn't do the right thing. They not spending enough money. Say they got money, ain't spending no money. Yes, I definitely believe Trump is going to make a move on Greenland, man. If it splits NATO, I don't think Trump gives a fuck. This is imperialism at this point. We can sugarcoat this shit. We can say it shouldn't be that. This is not America. This is not what it meant. This is what the fuck is going on right now. Imperialism is here. Imperialism is in the Americas, man. We're watching it in real time. I don't know what else to say.
Tested dictator of the United States, because that's what he is right now. He's functioning as a dictator. He's not asking correct congressional permission. He's basically allowing the CIA to do whatever it wants to do in Russia.
You said Greenland belongs to Denland at the moment. Yes, Trump said Denmark at the moment. Denmark is not spending any money. That's what Trump said. Trump appointed the guy from Louisiana as special envoy to Greenland. Denmark responded, called for the U.S. ambassador, man. Trump said, we'll talk about Greenland in 2 months. Matter of fact, 20 days. Greenland is on the clock, man. I don't know why we don't see this agenda being pushed forward, man. They're not going to stop until they complete everything in that new Monroe Doctrine, man. Until they secure the Panama Canal. They already shut down Venezuela about 800 miles from the Panama Canal. They get Greenland and they shut down the Caribbean. They're already talking about Cuba. They're talking about regime change in Cuba. Talking about regime locking Colombia's president, the one that was walking around with the guy over there, locking his ass up, man. And it is what it is. It is what it is. Shut down the Americas, man. No outside influence in the Americas, man. Greenland is for the strategic. I'm not saying that it's morally right. I'm not saying that we're the good guys or the bad guys. I'm saying that this is what I read. When you read on the new Monroe Doctrine, this is what their agenda is. They're not hiding it. We're seeing it play out in real time. They just fucking kidnapped Maduro, man. This shit is going on. Greenland is on the clock.
Venezuela anywhere without congressional oversight. We have a Secretary of State who's dual-hatted as the National Security Advisor, which creates a whole host of constitutional issues. And then we have a Secretary of War who doesn't exist. There is no Secretary of War. Congress has to change that designation.
You said we want it, so we're taking it. Sounds dumb as fuck. That's what's going on. Did you not hear what Pete Hegseth said? This is the secretary, the department head of the Department of Defense, the Department of War, whatever you want to. He said, we impose our will wherever. We impose our will wherever we want to in the world. And you're talking about some, we want it, we're taking it, sounds dumb as fuck. That's exactly what he said. We impose our will wherever we want in this world. That's exactly what the fuck he said. We want it, we take it. Same difference.
Nation. He doesn't get to do it unilaterally, but the president doesn't care. This is a president who has assumed unilateral dictatorial, powers in the realm of national security, and he's applying them very aggressively as in accordance with the Trump corollary to the Monroe 2.0 doctrine that he spoke about as national security strategy document. This plays well. If this doesn't go south, if we don't have body bags coming home, if oil prices don't spike, this plays well to the political base of Donald Trump, the MAGA base, because people say, well, it's a war, but it's the kind of war that Donald Trump said that he could do. He's not going to get us embroiled in these forever wars where we go in there and we get bogged down and we drain our resources. He went in there and we took out the leader. We now have the largest oil reserves in the world, and everything's great. And the MAGA people are going, yeah, baby, that's good for America. America first. America first is just a mantra that disguises a whole host of sins. Number one of which is that we are no longer a nation of laws. And as somebody who took an oath to uphold and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, because the Constitution defines us as a nation of law, this is very disturbing, and I would imagine that this is disturbing to anybody who has a brain who wore the uniform of the United States military.
Here is the president crowing about America first, Scott. Chris, cut number 6.
Mr. President, why is running a country in South America America first?
Well, I think it is because we want to surround ourselves with good neighbors. We want to surround ourselves with stability. We want to surround ourselves with energy. We have tremendous energy in that country. It's very important that we protect it. We need that for ourselves. We need that for the world. And we want to make sure we can protect it.
In other words, we'll steal whatever we can.
Look, this Venezuela exercise, if it goes off the way Trump wants it to go off, I hate to say well, because well implies that somehow that justifies what he did. The ends do not justify the means. Trump has said things. For instance, the reality of fentanyl. This isn't resolving that problem. The Americans will continue to die in large numbers because of fentanyl. That fentanyl is coming over the border from Mexico. What, are we going to go in and take out the Mexican president next? Because the president has said that the drug cartels in Mexico are a big problem. He's creating a parallel argument for Mexico to apply the Venezuelan solution. What about Colombia? One of the biggest sources of narcotics, all the things that we've accused Venezuela of doing is actually coming out of Colombia. Are we going to remove the Colombian leadership? This is the path that we're headed on right now. This is America first. This is make America great again. It's about, and again, I called this back in April. I said that this president is moving towards a Fortress America mindset, that we are going to decouple ourselves to the extent possible from Europe, from the Middle East, to concentrate our forces here in our own hemisphere, where we will be extraordinarily aggressive. Wait for Panama. That ain't done yet. Wait for Peru. There's a big port facility in Peru where China is shipping in containers that they go on a railroad to go to Brazil, bypassing the Panama Canal. How long do you think Trump's going to let that port facility function the way it is? If the Peruvian government won't shut it down, there won't be a Peruvian government in place that does. This is the standard that Donald Trump has set. When we decide that a Western Hemisphere nation possesses resources that are...
And y'all said I was cap. Y'all said I was cap, man. I hadn't watched this video. Just from me looking at the Monroe Doctrine and my research and seeing what's going on, that's why I put it in the title. Trump is set to shut down the Americas, man. Now y'all hear it from him. What the hell is he? The UN weapons inspector, former UN weapons inspector. He's saying the same shit I've been saying. Trump finna shut down the Americas, man. Shut this shit down is what he's trying to do.
Benefit the United States. We apparently have the right to do anything we want to gain control of those resources. Let this be a lesson learned to the Danish. You no longer own Greenland. You might think you do. There might be a Danish flag up there now. You just lost Greenland.
Now, Jocelyn, where you at, Jocelyn? You been in here rocking with us all night, Jocelyn. You was just telling me you still think we getting Greenland. Here goes the former UN weapon inspector. Greenland ass is on the clock. Yes, this is the new Monroe Doctrine, man, and this is an accelerationist administration. They know that they're gonna try to get every one of these bullet points checked off before the midterms, man. They're finna try to get all of this shit done before the midterms. Greenland, Cuba, Colombia, and probably Mexico. They finna try to get all of this shit done, man. One way or another. Through going in and doing it, or through just pure intimidation.
Because the president just got away with violating international law on a massive scale. And if you think for a second that we didn't handpick the next special envoy to Greenland for the purpose of taking over Greenland and make it part of America, you don't know how this president works. We live in a new day and age where the United States has become an imperial power ruled by a dictator because Congress refuses to do its job and the American people are asleep at the wheel.
Do you see a nexus between what happened in Venezuela and the coming Israeli-American attack on Iran?
Yeah, I mean, yes, we do. Look, Venezuela, let me put it this way. The thing that Iran, Venezuela...
That's the thing. The reason they're going for Greenland, because before Canada, it only makes sense to get Greenland before Canada. If even it's crazy we even having this fucking conversation, honestly. This conversation is wild. But securing Greenland, Canada's surrounded. It's not much Canada can do. Canada really can't move after that. Once we get Greenland, Canada's, anything coming in and out of Canada pretty much has to come through America, because they'll be surrounded. They'll have the mainland America below them, Alaska to the west, Greenland to the east. It'll all be America. They'll be, landlocked, or whatever you call it, America locked.
Russia all have in common is that sanctions policies have been applied aggressively to all three of these. Now, the purpose of the sanctions policy is to bring about economic despair, economic harm. And then what happens is, when the people are impacted in a negative fashion economically, then
What's
you
up,
create
Stacey?
the false illusion of a gateway to salvation. If you just do what we tell you to do, we can lift.
You said, how are you going to take Canada, get Greenland, and cut Canada off from the fucking world? Who didn't see who's going to come save Canada? If Europe is going to come over and save Canada, I'm just going to be all the way honest with you. I'm not saying that that's right. I'm saying that that's how it could happen. You said, how are you going to take Canada? Get Greenland and shut that shit down. Nothing comes in or out of Canada until some concessions are made. That's how.
The sanctions, and you can be, everything's going to be good. And if you buy into that lie, you've created leverage now, because what you've done is create hope that will not manifest itself, and that can be turned into fuel for opposition against the government in place. This is what happened in Venezuela. Basically, ask yourself this: why Venezuela, while Venezuela was under a naval blockade, remember, we're boarding ships and doing all this stuff, why did, I think it was between 4 and 8 tankers, oil tankers, leave Venezuelan ports bound for the United States? Because those tankers carried oil for Chevron. What we did there is showed.
Yeah, I gotta remember, they're about to bring this Trump class of fleets too. We're restoring American maritime dominance, man. So they're about to bring the Trump class of fleets. A lot of these are going to be big-ass battleships and probably carrying drones and lasers and shit like that. So they'll probably sit some of those Trump class ships out there, man, in them Canadian waters, create another damn blockade, man. Nothing comes in or out, man. It is what it is.
For the Venezuelans, that we can shut down your oil, but we can also let your oil flow. And when that oil flows, money accrues to people. And all you people that wanted a better life with the lifting of sanctions now see the light. All you have to do now is play our game. And our game is Maduro's got to go. And they fell for it. That's what's happening in Iran today. The Iranians have allowed themselves to buy into the notion.
What's been fact checked? You said that's been fact checked. What's been fact checked? I just said a lot. I went on a little rant right there. But look, double tap the screen, shut the live out chat. We're 4 subscribers away from 42,350, man. Who's going to be the 42,350th subscriber? If you are the 42,350th subscriber, I'm going to give you a shout out right here, right now. We're going to stop the show for that shit, man. 42,350 gets a shout out. Only one, man. We only doing one of them shout outs. I don't need everybody to say, it was me, it was me, it was me. No, we only doing one.
Notion that sanctions could be lifted. And that creates economic hope.
Canada has everything to do with this, man. Canada has everything to do with this. When we're talking about imperialism, man, everybody's going to have to make some concessions, or it's looking like or else. I'm just going to be all the way honest with you. Everybody's going to have to make some concessions or else, man. Is Canada going to be the 51st state? Maybe not. But is shit going to be moving a little different from here on out, man? Probably so. America will have a lot more leverage to get Canada on the line. Thank you, the Sir Carl. Thank you, the Sir Carl for the donation. Y'all give Sir Carl some likes, man, and some flames on that donation. Thank you, Sir Carl, for your continued support.
Isn't realized, that creates despair, that creates the opportunity for an opposition to arise, and that's what we see.
Thank you, Jay.
In Russia, we have the sanctions in place. Now you have Kirill Dmitriev meeting with Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner. I mean, the most unconventional diplomatic interface the world's ever seen. And all they're talking about is economic potential, economic potential, economic potential. At the same time they're doing this, the CIA launches it.
You said 2024 drill, baby, drill. That was a load of lies. No, the fuck it wasn't. Oh, they finna drill, baby, drill. It's just gonna be in Venezuela. That's what it's gonna be. Their drill, baby, drill is still in effect. It's actually drill, baby, drill is even more in effect. It's way more in effect than it was 2023, 2024. Drill, baby, drill is a damn near S tier right now. It's top tier, man.
Against the Russian president's residence. Now, they weren't going to kill Putin, but it sent a signal. We can get you, and we're getting you. We're trying to get you at a time when we're pretending to have diplomat. We embarrassed you. This attack was designed to show President Putin as weak. At the same time that we were telling the Russian people who are suffering from sanctions that your life could be better if you just bettered relations with us. But now Putin, because Trump, I'm very upset with Putin about Ukraine. That's being played right now to bring down the Russian government. It's the same thing we successfully did in Venezuela. Now, I'm not saying Delta Force is going to go into the Kremlin and pull out Putin. It's not. But what they're trying to do is create domestic unrest. This is the same old policy we had before. The Russians have to wake up. And they have to wake up to realize the United States can't be trusted. That there is no negotiating good faith on the part of the United States.
That's why pardon young boy, man, will slime your ass out. The United States is looking like the USA is slime your ass out. We know Russia slime your ass out. China slime your ass out. North Korea might be the biggest slime. I'm just gonna be all the way real, man. That's what that in street terms, that's what they're saying, man. Talking about the United States, man. Listen, listen. Man.
Sadly, the Kirill Dmitriev initiative, I think, is dead in the water. It has to be shut down.
Scott Ritter, thank you very much, my dear friend. You came to us in the middle of a Saturday afternoon after much traveling, and I can't thank you enough for your time. We'll talk to you again next week. All the best.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. And we'll be back with our usual schedule next week, starting Monday. Alistair Crook at 8 in the morning, Ray McGovern at 10 in the morning, Larry Johnson.
All right, Chad, we're going to move on from that. This Marjorie Taylor Greene, speaking of before she leaves office, man, her last message, I think, before she left office.
You voted for this president 3 times. Is this what you voted for?
Not only did I vote for the president 3 times, I was one of the few Republicans that stood by him early on when the rest of the Republicans turned their back on him. I also campaigned all over the country for him and attended many of those rallies where the campaign promises were no more foreign wars, no more regime change, and putting the American people first. Caitlin, those are the things that I believe on and have stood on in principle, not only in principle, but by actions as well. I never voted to fund Ukraine. I never voted to fund any of the foreign wars, and I worked hard to get rid of foreign aid and funding foreign governments and foreign people. That's what I believe in. However, it is concerning to see what's happening and the direction that the Trump administration is moving in. We can say, thankfully, that Maduro has been arrested. We can say we're happy for the Venezuelan people, but we can also look to all the regime changes before in Iraq and Libya and Syria, and we said the same things for the people of those countries. But then we watch those countries fall into turmoil and civil war, and we watch the rise of ISIS and terrorism, and we watch U.S. troops remain in those countries for a very long time, and many flag-draped coffins come home. And that's what many Americans don't want to see happen. And tonight it is disturbing to see the latest news coming out of Venezuela, where there is chaos and possibly some sort of civil war or sort of chaos and disruption happening. And we care about people, but we care about our country too, Caitlin. And to me, America first is what matters most, and the American people matter most. And I believe the focus should be strong domestic policy to help Americans afford life, afford health care, health insurance, be able to buy a home, an affordable home, and live the American dream. And so I unapologetically support America first. And as an American, it's okay to disagree with the president that I helped get elected, and it's okay to disagree with other Americans. But what's not okay is for our government to put their full focus on foreign countries.
Think that Marco Rubio, Stephen Miller, Pete Hegseth, and J.D. Vance should be running Venezuela, as the president puts it?
I would like to see our elected president and vice president and his administration running America. I think that's most important for the American people and our interest. And we have real problems here at home. We're nearly $40 trillion in debt. They've done a great job stabilizing inflation that was record high under the Biden administration. They've done a wonderful job securing the border, and I love seeing the crime statistics go down. But I would like to see a continued focus on domestic policy that helps the American people. That's the country that they are supposed to be running, and I hope that the United States of America is the country they stay focused on running.
The White House is arguing they can do both, basically, that they can deal with what's happening in Venezuela and also address those other campaign promises. Do you see it that way if there's not really a clear plan that's been laid out, at least so far, for what happens next in Venezuela?
Again, from an America First standpoint, Caitlin, Venezuela belongs to the Venezuelan people, and they should elect their own government leaders.
Hello?
Yeah, I wanted to call you first tonight, Top Cat. I had you wait the other night, man. So I was like, I'm going to call you first tonight.
I appreciate it, man, because, I was going to wait and listen for some other folks to talk, because I like hearing everybody's opinions, man, because everybody's opinion counts. Even if they stupid as fuck, they still count. You know what I'm saying? And you asked me to, so I toned it down. Last time I was really finna act a fool last time, so I really toned it down. But tonight, you know what I'm saying, y'all talking about Cali and shit, y'all kiss my grits, cuz fuck y'all. Live it in Cali, love it in Cali. Good, bad, and ugly. We the shit. Stop hating.
Okay.
You know what's up. But yeah, man, the issues, man, every time I be watching, man, and I'll be ready to say something about one thing, and then, you put up more stuff, and it kind of calms me down from the first situation. So that Gavin Newsom thing, we've talked about it a couple times. I know your position on it. You kind of know my position on it. Like, I'm not really a lover of anything, you know what I'm saying? I really don't roll with that shit, but when it comes down to it, man, I see him as the only viable opposition that's coming from the Democratic Party, like that's actually has the background to say that he can do anything. I mean, everybody else is a hope and a wish. Is basically what I'm saying. They can't say they ran an economy that is big as some nations in the world. They can't say that this fire stuff that everybody's trying to lean on and not looking at his tenure. How many fires have happened out here? Yeah, that's where I was going to get with you, Plug. We going to talk a little shit to each other because you too concerned about these motherfuckers up in these houses and shit. Fuck them. Seriously.
I'm just saying, but you said nobody ran an economy, but I mean, who really did? Who was the last president that did? Bush?
Yeah, but I'm saying their point of coming from families that have a different political stance of always having an opinion or being involved with lobbyists or whatnot. You know what I'm saying?
No, I'm just saying, like I'm going back because Clinton came from Arkansas. He was a politician, but he didn't run a big economy or anything. Then you got Bush. Okay, Bush, Texas. All right, I'll give you that. That's a big economy. He was probably one. But then you got Obama, came out of nowhere. You got Biden. He didn't run no economy. Then you got Trump. He didn't run an economy. You know what I mean? He had businesses, but the only person over the last 5 presidents that we can say did that shit is Bush.
And that's what I'm saying. But his political situation and the point of being involved with the influences that actually deal with presidential cabinets and different stuff. I mean, Little Bush actually grew up around people and that was in the cabinet. He has an influential situation there. What I'm talking about is the point of actually dealing with it. Like, by the time they got there, we were still judging them on the point of them dealing with the influx of what would happen or if they could pull a trigger. We
Newsom has been in a position of having to pull triggers and deal with the point that some people are going to be upset, some people are going to be not. He's dealt with all these different things on a lower end, but still
And
on
that's
a
his.
high.
And like you see that as a bonus, a lot of Americans see that as his flaw.
Exactly. But they have to respect that you took the step. A lot of people say you got knocked out or you won the fight, but you stepped in the ring. The other people that we're talking about had never even been in the ring. So that's what I'm saying. And to a point, if you're going to say who's going to go in there and experience win or loss, they're going in there with experience to know not to make those mistakes again, things that they've done before.
But I
With other
mean,
people.
okay, let's do the same. Let's flip the script. We can say the same thing, just like you saying nobody has ran an economy that big. When you look at, I'm not just an AOC fan, but if we're going to state facts, Gavin Newsom hasn't been in Washington, and she has.
Yeah, but Gavin Newsom has been in Washington in another aspect, and on the point of this economy affecting the United States so much that California is in Washington at every single moment.
Nah, he's not in Washington delegating. Gavin Newsom was damn mayor and he damn governor, man. Gavin Newsom is not in D.C. like a AOC or a Kamala or even a Pete Buttigieg.
Well, I wouldn't. That's what I'm saying. To a point, I kind of understand in the national view how it looks like that. But it's the same way, like whatever the governors of New York and what's it, Giovanni or what all those different ones that were there when Trump was pushing that bald-headed dude and all that. That because they're so in proximity, that person was considered like he was in basically over there dealing with the Pentagon and the White House because he was in the Republican Party and sitting there. Newsom has been in that same situation over here, and I think it's a proximity thing. Everything that they're discussing over there and everything that he handles over here deals with the White House or not. I mean, a lot. Just all the naval bases, all the different stuff that California holds, that we have a big point of what goes on. We are the first front of anything happening on the whole West Coast. People got to realize that we are the military hold down for the United States on the whole coast. The only other thing is Alaska. So that's why I'm saying put some respect on our name. Y'all sleep real good because these boys over here is holding it down. With the homeless people and everything, we'll bust your ass. You bring your ass over here. We're the only land
but
in the
that
United
still
States.
doesn't have that don't got shit to do with Gavin Newsom running the country. Thank the soldiers, thank what's going on, but that has that we cannot make that synonymous with what the fuck Gavin Newsom has going on.
No, I'm not saying it's synonymous. I'm saying in his governing point, all those things are in considerations where a lot of other people don't have that in consideration. They don't have a coastal, inland and a coastal view of protection of the United States in their governing position. He has to think about those certain things. He has to think about that to Hawaii, to San Clemente. He's looking at the waters. He's looking at the inland. He's looking at the mountains. He's controlling all these different areas and making sure that these economies work along with the military situations and installments that's going out here, along with the big envelopment of government and national entities that are pulling off of these economies just as well.
You want to know something? I'm going to say this. I give you that. Gavin Newsom has a lot on his plate, right? Right now, Gavin Newsom has to be able to tout his accomplishments. And right now, his accomplishments and his failures are being weighed on a balance scale, and it's not looking very good right now, especially as of recently. We can say that it's a big task, but we didn't hear these kind of problems when your boy Arnold Schwarzenegger was out there doing his thing. We just did it.
Yeah, people say that, but Arnold Schwarzenegger affected the employee a lot more than what Gavin.
Talk about it. Enlighten us.
So when Arnold Schwarzenegger was in, he was affecting the workman's comp. He was affecting how people's taxes went and those different situations and pushing that in for the big companies more at that time, especially in this state. And that affected me personally with my wife in different situations where things were getting knocked around in that end. And a lot of people were upset with him. You know what I mean? But on the Gavin Newsom thing, how they're stretching his fire out, like I said, nobody's looking at his tenure. So is anybody looking at what went on in COVID? And we're looking at how he handled different things and situations to make sure that other states could even eat. We could have bought up everything. We could have took over everything. He put discretional lines down for all these other states to be able to even get breathing machines, to be able to get things imported and exported in and out. He was already looking at a national view because he knew that our economy trumped other economies in the United States. Parts of Mississippi and parts of Tennessee and parts of these smaller areas and farm areas wouldn't have had nothing. They were already pushed in the max. They would have had nothing if we just went like Trump is going right now and said, oh, just California first. California and New York could have bought up all the breathing machines, brought up all the medication. We could have did that and had a push forward in our own states. But our governors and different stuff still looked at the national sense. So there's different things, like say if I was one of his publicists or something, I could go push the things. So they're talking about the fires and stuff. These fires happen every year. The only reason you're hearing about it is because maybe a star or their kid.
Right, before you go on to the other point, we got some people in here. Before you go on to the other point, I'm going to say that they could have made a push to buy up all the breathing machines and buy up everything, but you know how that would have ended. So could they have really done that?
Yes, we got the ports. They're coming from here. We could have confiscated it all.
And what would have happened?
Well, everybody would have been pissed.
I mean, they would have sent them boys over there. Man. It would have been an executive order come down to unhand that shit, and you know it.
Yes, that's true. But then what site would that have put on him rather than being voluntary? Or he could have just did it for his constituents and still had us cheering for it. That's what Trump's doing. Like
correct, but it's kind of different because it's similar, but it's different. It's almost right, but it's not quite right because and California is still a part of this nation. Now, this nation, when Trump's talking about cutting off this nation from other nations, that's not like cutting Cali off from the rest of the world. Now, Cali can secede, but they haven't. You know, while they're still a part of America, it's kind of different than America shutting off the rest of the world. Than Cali just shutting off because Cali's still a part of America. America's not necessarily a part of the world when it comes to law and regulation.
They say that, but
now it's not because it's imperialism. I mean, like we just heard the guy say, we doing. P. Hicks has said America imposes its will everywhere. Cali, it can't really say that. Cali can't really just tell America, hey, we impose our will.
Well, Cali does that all the time.
When it comes to resources.
No, there's going to be a fight and a push for resources all the time, and that depends on if you can defend it. Now, Cali will never. I feel like Cali will never secede from being part of the United States because we're the Wild Wild West. We are the biggest point of Americans saying they're American. The American dream being established was established with the Wild Wild West. With these big lands and people being able to have these single-family homes in these big areas and all that, the American dream is west. It's not in the east. That's the trials of the United States. The American dream is to the west.
The American dream used to be to the west. I would say that's what it used to. I don't think the American dream's in the west anymore, Top Cat, honestly.
Well, I think it's moving to the northwest. I don't believe it's in the southwest like it used to be, but I do believe the northwest is more of the areas where they're pushing. That's why Alaska and all these different places, Wyoming and all these places that are really scared of what's going to happen because they know that they're the only last developmental places, and that's what capitalism pushed. Without something for capitalism to feed on, it'll eat itself. And it's going to eat up all the lands. Like out here, they're building into the deserts, places we never thought that they would even try to put people in. They're building farms and stuff where it's the hardest places to grow. That's why there's water shortages and problems because they're doing different things that, humanly it doesn't make sense to do it, but we're capable of doing it. So we're doing it anyway just on the point of capitalism and pushing and populations moving forward and people trying to live that American dream. And it's going to move up north until all the land is taken up. And that's just basically what's going to happen, whether it's in the south here, wherever there's empty land, that's where people are going to go and search for this dream, that manifest destiny dream that has basically took over the world and killed a lot of people that have the right. So there was something something that we were talking about earlier, and you were speaking on it.
I just don't see $1 million home in the hood being the American dream. I'm just gonna be all the way honest. I think home prices are, homes are not moving right now. Actually, in the South, homes really aren't moving. I was looking earlier. That was like in Tennessee, I believe home sales are down 50%. So prices are set to drop. It's looking like the American dream is probably about to move back to the damn Midwest and the South, man. I'm just gonna be all the way real because that's where the affordability is gonna be. It's not the Northeast and the West Coast is just not affordable, man. Once you get to like Arizona and over there, man, this shit just starts to get outrageous. And off into Cali, then you get into like the New York and the DCs and shit. This shit's just crazy, bro. It's crazy.
Yeah, you're 100% correct. But that's what I'm telling you. American survival and American dream are two different things. People are going to be moving back to those points to be able to survive.
To own. They're going to be, American dream is ownership, right? Own your house, little white picket fence and shit. That's where they're going to go to own something. If they want to own some shit.
Well, no, I feel like they're going there for the point of survival, period, because you can go anywhere and finance and say that I'm an owner, even if you're still paying for it.
Yes, but you're going to get $1 million crib in the hood when you can go somewhere mid-sized town or rural Tennessee or Arkansas somewhere and get your 5-10 acres and a nice-ass house for a fraction of the price of that $1 million house in the hood.
Exactly. And in 2 years, when those people produce kids and that population goes on, you're going to see the same thing going on, an imperialistic thing going in every state, just like it's going on in the world right now. And those areas will get pressed, and small people will get shrank down. They will buy those properties up because they have to have something for those.
But that's the difference, though. In the South, there's so much viable land. Like when we had this conversation before, you and Dorsey was telling me all of that land out there where, in whatever the eastern Cali and that's mountain and nobody can live there. That's why it's so compact. Well, we don't have that problem in the South. This land is ripe and ready. They probably already got lines ran to the street for this shit, man, in most of these places.
Yeah, well, out here, I'm telling you, there's plenty land and there's plenty of expansion going on, probably more than anywhere else. There's more tract homes and more stuff being built out here just
then why the hell was me and Dorsey arguing about that? I was saying that, and that's what I was just telling Dorsey, but he was swearing like all that land was not viable.
No, it's not viable, but they're still building it. It doesn't even matter. My whole area is being covered with factories. That same train that you're talking about coming through here, they plan on it coming down Old Cajalco Road. I live on Old Cajalco Road, that real Wild Wild West shit. I live right next, that's the major street, Ramona Expressway, Cajalco Road, the I-215, the 74 highway, man. They want to turn that shit all into that. I watched them do the same thing with the Metrolink now that it runs all the way to San Diego. It didn't used to run there. I'm watching places that used to be rural and they said they were uninhabitable turn into factory places, turn into whole cities, and turn into everything. As long as they can find a way to do it, they're going to do it. Now, will they move to the south first before they do it? Most likely, because you have people like those Palisades people that came and they made these whole communities that are for nobody else. Like I said, they don't have a grocery store, nothing in there. You can't even drive down there and see the damn trees. That's why I said
they got shit like that in the South too, Dorsey. Not Dorsey, sorry, Top Cat. They got shit like that in the South too, man. That's not specific to Cali, man.
Now, I hear what you're saying, but these people, this is the difference.
This the difference too. They have whole towns like that in the South. Yeah. It's whole gated towns. Like I'm talking about, this town might be 15,000, 20,000 people. If you don't got that gate code, your ass not even gonna get into the town.
Exactly, and you might have to drive an extra 5-6 miles around that area just to get to a valuable place, or get to your insurance place, or get to the main point of the city. They really did that type of shit.
Well, ours is kind of outside. You don't really have to go through this. It's like if you going out there, you got to be going out there for a reason.
Yeah, and the Palisades, they kind of feel that way, but that's PCH. You can't even go up the highway, the American Dream Run. Right? I'm going to drive the beach all the way up from the Southern Cali to Northern Cali. Well, when you got to that place where it burnt down, they made your ass go in. Your ass have to go in and go around saying is, that's cool that you did that. They told you this was the highest fire hazard area in Los Angeles. If this place go up, it's going to go up like a matchbox. And they said, I'm like Nimrod. I'm like God. I'm still going to build my $1 million mansions on the side of this fucking rock, and I'm going to do this no matter if it burns up or what. Well, your rich ass burnt up. That's what the fuck you get. I couldn't go in there. I don't feel sorry for you. That's what the hell they do down here for us. I'm over here by Elsinore. I'm over here by these hills. All this shit burnt up the year before, and I didn't hear nobody saying what the fuck they saying now when all these Indians got burnt out to their land, when all these people lost their $1 million homes and stuff too. Nobody was saying shit until it was somebody, Will Smith looking motherfuckers up there that you know off of TV saying something. Now everybody's, oh, I feel sorry for them. We burn up every year. Y'all ain't saying shit, so kiss my motherfucking ass on the soft parts. You know what I'm saying? That's how I feel about everybody talking about it. You ain't caring about everybody in California. You know what I'm saying? There's people that, this shit burns up every year. San Bernardino Mountain's burning up every year. There's millionaires and people sitting up there in Big Bear and Idlewild and all these different places. They shit burn up every year on the back of Redlands. Ain't nobody saying shit about these people. But then as soon as these people over in L.A. burn up that might have been on TV, might have played on one of your sports teams, oh, my God, there's something happened. What are we going to do about their houses? Fuck their houses. They don't give a fuck about our houses down here. Ain't none of them came down here and did no work. They ain't dedicated shit to everybody that's been burning up all these.
Okay, let me stop you there. This is why I care about their houses, is because it can happen to anybody. It's not specifically, I don't know these people like you said. I don't care if they was rich, poor, whatever, man. They're specifically withholding these permits to wait these people the fuck out so the big billionaires can come in and buy this shit up. I don't care if it's happening in LA, the fucking Palisades. I don't care if it's happening in Little Rock, Arkansas, man. The shit is wrong.
It is wrong, but it was wrong for them to move there in the first place. They said you shouldn't do this. They went and got those fucking permits when those permits weren't even fucking available. They paid for that shit like they paid for their kids.
They shouldn't have gave them the permits if they wasn't gonna reissue them.
They had the money, is what I'm telling you. They had the money. That's why the insurances got to pull out so fast, because that shit was. They already knew that wasn't even a viable place to live. That's what I'm saying. Who the fuck builds their house on top of a fucking volcano, then get mad when the volcano erupts?
There wasn't no volcano erupting.
Now they look like Tom.
That was a lone white man that lit that fire. That was not the volcano erupting.
It could have been a white man. It could have been thunder.
I'm just saying what it was. White man, Mexican man, I don't know. He wasn't black. He lit that damn fire, man, and it wasn't a volcano. That's who started that fire.
I understand that, but this is what I was saying. Before they started moving there, in California, that same area was the most valuable burn area. My uncle used to be up there. He trained for forestry in that area before they started building them houses. They knew that that wasn't an area to build houses. They, rich, privileged asses, went and made sure they got the permits, flipped everything over so that they could live and try to be in an isolated area where they could say that we're looking down on the whole damn world. You know what I'm saying? That's supposed to be a digit area. That's
listen,
right
man,
next to
we
Malibu.
talk.
Everybody's supposed to enjoy it.
If they issue the permits, they let those people go up there, man. They should reissue the permits, man. Whether they paid their way, whether they didn't, they shouldn't have done it and then renege. It's just that then when they talk about these plans and shit, same thing in the South. In the South, it's not the fires, it's the flood zones, the 100-year flood zones and shit. When was the last time it flooded? Oh, it hasn't flooded here in 300 years, but we still got a 100-year flood zone, so you can't build here and shit. That's the shit that goes on in the South. Then you go out there and you have to go through hoops and hurdles to get them to reevaluate it to where you can, build on your own property because you're in a 100-year flood zone and ain't flooded here in 300 fucking years. Same situation, but different.
You're 100% correct. You're 100% correct. What I'm saying is, I feel the same for every burn victim in California. I don't like the point that they're specifically putting a whole bunch on this when the year before we just had, I think 3 times the amount of acres of burn. just as many people lost their damn houses, if not more. And these people weren't even as significant as these people. And everybody is clutching their ass and crying over these people because they have some kind of significance of knowing them, but they're not looking at the California fire problem in total. Newsom has done he's been around through all this. So I'm saying, why are they just saying this one situation, but they're not looking at his tenure and seeing how many years, every year he's dealing with this fire situation. Every year we're sending so many people from from California to other states, to New Mexico, to Texas, to everywhere else to fight their fires, because that's what goes on here. And now everybody's like, oh, the fires in California. This shit happens every year. And y'all not caring about all the people that's getting burnt up, how many people are dying. And then the same situation, we had the La Niñas and El Niños here for over 25 years. So these people out here didn't even know that certain areas can flood. Over the last 2 years, we've been having flood situations that's crazy. Property values getting tore up. Right now, this storm has done so much damage. Ain't nobody giving a damn about that. It's the Palisades fire. That's what I'm saying. All the hell you care about is Brentwood. These people are dying and losing their houses. The other year when the snow came down up in Big Bear, and over 20 people, all of them up in age and whatever, that are retired people living up in there, died and everything. I didn't hear nobody.
I covered that. I covered that last year.
Yeah.
Hold on. You talking about the mudslides when all them people died?
And they saying they lived in the snow. That's what you get. Well, I'm telling you, they live in the fucking fire zone. That's what the fuck you get if you want to live on the top of the hill in the forest. When the trees catch on fire, motherfucker, you gonna get burned. You the one wants to live your monkey ass up there. You feel special? Well, catch the flame. Motherfucker, that's what the fuck's happening. And it doesn't matter if your ass is Will Smith. It doesn't matter if you're Chris Rock. It doesn't matter if your motherfucker's ass is Elvis Presley. You wanted to live in the trees, motherfucker. The trees caught on fire. Now your ass up there doing the Tootsie Roll with your ass on fire. I'm not going to feel sorry for your ass. Because down here, you guys are making the money off of us. You are buying tract homes and stuff and charging us crazy-ass rent, then moving your ass up to the Palisades, thinking that you're on top of the earth. Well, you're on top of the earth, motherfucker. It gets hot up there. So you should have had your shit correct. The same as when the motherfuckers slide off their houses. They sitting up there, I want to build my house on top of this hill, and then the rain hit that motherfucker and it slide off. You're the stupid motherfucker want to build your house on top of a fucking hill that moves. You didn't have the nuclear scientists come there and test the ground and let you know that fucking sand moves. This is stuff that we've been knowing for 5,000 fucking years, and you still want to be Nimrod and go to the top and shoot your fucking arrow into the sky at God. Well, keep shooting that motherfucker. When the thunderbolt come down and knock your ass crazy and make you speak another language, then you can feel stupid as you want to too. I'm gonna live
right, Top Cat. But these people aren't crying about like, hey, like the insurance didn't cover it. They already at a total loss. They just want some damn permits. They already got to pay to build their house at higher than it costed to build it before. I just said I think they need permits. I understand that's personal to you. Let me finish. It's personal to you. I know you out there. You live around these individuals. So I'm just saying, like, hey, look, man. As Plug and me looking at the situation, it's fucked up to me. It's like, I don't care, you know what I'm saying, what's going on. It's like, hey, look, man, these folks, the insurance, they're already fucked by the insurance. Insurance not doing nothing, they pulled out. Okay, boom. Total 100% loss. Now, if they want to rebuild the exact same house they had, they're probably going to pay 20, 25, 30% more to put that same house up. Okay, they're fucked twice. Now they don't even have the option to put the house up because the state permits aren't issued when the federal permits already are. Okay, they're fucked 3 times. They're fucked the 4th time because they're getting fined for not going to clean up this shit that they can't do anything with now. I just don't think that's right.
They are bullying their ass out of an area that they bullied themselves into in the first place. Now, the only ones that could deal with what the hell is going on, this is what I say about the billion-dollar corporation that's taking it over. That's the same thing they're doing right here by the I-215. They done took over national shit. The first thing, they wouldn't let us buy no land. First thing they said, oh, the endangered horny toad, so you can't build on your land. Then the next time they said there was a fucking desert shrimp that was endangered and we couldn't build or buy the land. Then they let the goddamn warehouses come in, and the warehouses made a deal with them to to deal with the endangered shit because they had enough money to pay for environmentalists and all that, so they got to build their warehouses. That's the same bullying tactic that they're doing out there. They know they're in a zone, they know the situation, and only these billion-dollar corporations that have enough money can be responsible for what just happened. If these were all buildings, all fucking warehouses and different production areas that were out there, we wouldn't have the problems with insurance and individual situations. The bearing that these are individual situations of each house, each insurance, and these people having these houses there for the last 80 years and all these different things, that's a whole bunch more to think about than a corporation that's going to say, this was a terrible corporation loss, we're going to rebuild this, we're going to rebuild the whole infrastructure, we're going to do that. So they're solving a problem with that situation. Do I think it's fair? Do I think it's nice? Do I think it's cool? Hell no. Do I think it's California and that's how they push motherfuckers out the way? I know for a fact it is. And that's what I see happening. But they bullied themselves into a position like that, is what I'm saying. It wasn't like this was just a neighborhood. All of them got permits that they knew that they weren't supposed to have. They all paid for that shit. They all made sure that they got themselves in that situation, then blocked the rest of the world out. Now, when they burnt up, that's why the rest of the world didn't burn up, because y'all asses were sitting up there acting like you were special. Why didn't y'all put y'all money into y'all infrastructure for that? You didn't, because you thought you were living on the top of the world over there with Smokey the Bear and shit and playing on the side of the mountain and telling people they can't go to the beach and can't pull up to different places, and that your ass burnt up like it said. You wanna have your own shit? Well, burn in your own shit. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I don't feel sorry for them. The people as individuals is wrong. You know what I'm saying? All that's wrong. But they got there by being wrong. And these are the same people that are owning big corporations and owning big landings, you know, the land companies and big-time contractor, million-dollar contractor companies. Half the companies that they're talking about, probably half those people are invested in while they're sitting up there talking that shit. The companies they're talking to, half of them are probably executives of those fucking companies. You know what I'm saying? I'm just being realistic. That shit, we don't know if one of them is the reason why the damn fire started to even get this shit going. These people are not the average people that you're dealing with. They're where they live at is right next to Princeton. Kids go to Princeton. You know what I'm saying? This is not just the regular fucking area. That's why they got the world's attention. But down here in Elsinore, down here in the IE, down here, then we ain't getting no attention. Even though we getting the fuck burnt out of us every fucking year. People, sometimes they're setting the fires. I'm thinking that the fire department is setting half these damn fires so that these motherfuckers can get overtime. I've been seeing a whole bunch of little weird ass shit going on out here. Like every year.
What's up, Lamar? Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just saying that if you really think about it, that's something that nobody ever talks about. They think this shit is just natural. But half of these, they found somebody, I think this year, a fire department dude that set a fire and shit, because they want their overtime. If fire season doesn't go hard out here like it does, that's a billions and billions of dollars of work, you know, hourly work that goes down the drain for these firemen too. So this shit becomes an industry too. You know what I'm saying? So that it just finally hits them in their motherfucking mouth. They own all this shit. They got them same people that's owning shit up there. They got them nice big houses. They owning $7 and $8 million houses out here too. They're renting them out and doing what the hell they're doing and living up there and putting people through bullshit out here. So I don't feel sorry for them. I feel sorry. The wrong is wrong. I don't feel sorry when you tell a motherfucker, stop jumping your ass in the pool, and you jump your ass in the pool and catch a cramp. You just stop jumping in the pool. So I don't feel sorry for them on that aspect. I feel bad that they're getting treated the way that they're treated as human beings, but that's what we all get out here. That's something you learn in California, that you all get it. It's like driving while black. Oh, they shouldn't do that to you. Well, they still fucking do it. So you're the same as what Trump is doing. Like, it still fucking happens. And that's why I'm telling you, I think Gavin, and when you look at both of them here, that's Irish mob and that's Italian mob. You're seeing two mobsters going at it at the top of their ranks. You know, that's some Doug Schultz shit going on there. You're seeing two mobsters walking around and talk about it, and they're trying to lobby people. Neither one of them give a shit. I'm just rolling with Newsom because he's Cali. I don't give a fuck about that motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? Especially after he was wearing them shorts that time. I don't give a shit what the fuck he was talking about. But on his gangsterism, the motherfucker's a gangster, dog. Like, ain't nobody else sitting up there saying, that was bullshit. He ain't scared like that. You get what know what I'm saying? Because he knows he got pulled in a bunch of different directions. That's why I wanted to talk to you about that gun shit. We had that talk before. You know, we both on the same side. So I don't want my shit gone, but I'm already here in Cali getting my shit taken all the time, getting shit fucked with. So I understand where you're coming from. But I said it before. You can only shoot for the stars. And what you get in the end might just be a bowl of Rice Krispies. But if you didn't shoot for the stars, I guarantee you would have been in the negative. So I feel like in that point, he had to shoot for his lobby. By the time he comes to the point of trying to be president, we're going to see a big switch in that aspect once he sees how each state is lobbying with him. Right now, he had to shoot in a direction that's going to get his whole everybody behind him. But once he comes to a point of trying to bring the nation together, I think we're going to see a different point on how he looks at the gun laws and stuff. I don't think he's going to step completely away from it, but I do think he is going to come to a point where it's a way softer push. He has to. There's no way that he's going to get the vote. There's no way that he's going to get people to tell him to give up one of the things that makes the United States as patriotic as it is.
I think he's going to come in and flip the script, man. He ain't going to run on it. He's going to be all good while they campaigning. And if they fuck around and put him in there, he going to flip the script, man. And tell us to turn this shit in.
So, man, I don't think so. I mean, he's dealing with it the most. That's what I'm saying. Come on, I think the most gun violations you're going to find are going to be in California. If we go look at the nation and say where are the most ARs at, they're probably going to still be in California with all these laws and stuff. So I feel like he has a point of dealing with it more than the other ones. They've been, okay, it's
I don't think Cali got more ARs than Texas, man.
I think so. I think so. I mean, it's going to be around to the close amount, but I think Cali got just as many ARs, if not more, than Texas. As a matter of fact, I'm going to stand on that. I think Cali got more ARs than all the rest of the 51 states, or 52 states, whatever the fuck it is. We got the most every motherfucking thing. We out here doing it. It don't matter. And they illegal, too. We're burning guns every year. Just that New Year, we burned a stack of guns that was 2 fucking stories high. We do it in every city every New Year, and we bring that many in every fucking year. Arizona's right here. Them shits are coming right across the fucking border. We got them cinnamon rolls. We got whatever the hell you want. We building the minis, the chrome ones. We got the composites, whatever the fuck it is. It's here, bro. There's nothing that's not fucking cracking in Cali. And that's why I say I'm not just boasting it. Bring your ass out here, and then you'll see, like, this shit. Ain't nothing missing in Cali. They have every fucking thing. And then what about them pussy popping on the handstand motherfuckers that I was telling you about the other night? Hexef and them, man, they get on my motherfucking nerves. Are you a man? What did you do? Oh, Trump did this, Trump did that. What the fuck? You got a job, bitch. What did you do? You did in the action. Tell me what you did. Well, how did you cohort with the CIA in this mission? You're supposed to be working for him. You should be able to tell us what the fuck the boots on the ground was and whatever. I ain't saying you got to give up some secrets, but you can act like you're doing your fucking job. You act like you just sitting behind Trump and he's feeding your ass cherries and fucking you in your ass like you pussy popping on a handstand. What the fuck do you do? I want to know what for your job characteristics and what you're supposed to do. Tell me what the fuck you doing about your job. Man, that shit gets on my nerves, man. Like, goddamn, be a fucking man. You ain't got to sit up here sucking this motherfucker off like he's strawberry shortcake licking all on his nipples and shit the whole damn time. Like, goddamn, let him get a stripper. Why y'all got to act like strippers? And then the other night, I was telling you, he disrespect everybody. This is what the most this and the most that. Man, we come from Buffalo soldiers, Civil War era motherfuckers that was walking around with no legs. You gonna tell me these the bravest motherfuckers that ever fucking fought for the United States? You a disrespectful motherfucker, bro. All them people that died on D-Day and hopped off the goddamn boat with a heavy 150-pound backpack because somebody fucked up and died less than fucking 2 feet from the ground, from the top of the water because they couldn't breathe. Them is fucking heroes too, bro. I think for him to have a military background, he said some fucked up shit that's disrespectful to the people that got Purple Hearts and gave their life for this country. Shut the fuck up. You got the most technology now ever. And you're going to sit up there and say these are the bravest fucking people. These people were running in with fucking muskets and little tiny-ass soft metal knives. And I think they were brave as fuck. I ain't saying that these soldiers aren't doing what they're doing now, But don't try to act like the ones that we've had or the ones that have given their life for this country ain't did they fucking do. When them motherfuckers was running through them tunnels in Vietnam, when they running through the tunnels and you can't even carry a gun through there and all you got is your fucking knife and you got to get in there with maybe 100 motherfucking Viet Cong, that's a brave motherfucker too for you to tell me that a motherfucker jumped over a fence in Venezuela on some fake fraud shit. You sound like affecting people's deaths, people's lives. The Civil War, these motherfuckers getting shot. Yeah, what the fuck? And you gonna tell me this motherfucker hopped over there with all this weaponry, night vision, and all this shit, and he's the bravest motherfucker. Hop your ass over there in that motherfucking thong that you got on, your pussy popping on the handstand ass busted. Tell me, now you're brave, motherfucker. You went in there with a toothpick and did this shit. You ain't fucking First Blood. You ain't Rambo, motherfucker. You got the most intelligence in the world. You know what I'm saying? Probably had a fucking drone over your head shooting shit while you was running through the town. Motherfucker, you ain't the Patriot. You ain't Mel Gibson, motherfucker, running through a field with an axe. What the fuck are you talking about? The bravest motherfuckers. Shut your fucking ass up. That shit was so disrespectful to me, Plug. Like, goddamn, these motherfuckers. What's that Harlem Hellfighter dude? And when he was down there with his homie, he shot all his bullets out and fought back a whole brigade with a fucking knife. And you gonna tell me that they did that shit last night? Kiss my motherfucking ass, bro. All right,
they say Texas, Florida, and California. Texas and Florida are 1 and 2, more than likely with the ARs, and then Cali is probably third.
Yeah, right. Yeah, see, and I believe that.
They say Cali has nearly 1 million registered ARs in 2018, but you know Texas and Florida, you don't have to register.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But how many unregistered do we got out this motherfucker? That's what I'm saying. There's no way that we'll be able to ever equate that, bro, because, you know, niggas is doing their thing. I mean, most of the people I know that even have them registered or unregistered, they made their own. They slapped their own. They got their lowers and their uppers. They made their own AR. So that's what I'm saying. Them blackouts and all that. I'm giving you it from the boots on the ground, bro. There's plenty of them motherfuckers out here.
Oh, it's plenty.
You know what I mean?
I believe there's plenty of them everywhere. I mean, you know me. I've been in the South. I done seen a lot, man.
Hell yeah, man. They all over the place, man. But yeah, man, thank you for letting me rant on them. I'm tired of seeing them motherfuckers get up there in them suits and start, you know, slapping their jacks and doing their little stripper pole moves for Trump. Motherfucker, be a man when you up there. You starting to make me pissed off. Like, dog, you ain't got to sit up there and suck on this man the whole time. You can say, hey, the United States did their damn thing. Instead, Trump is a shut the fuck up.
All right, listen, hold on, Top Cat. Listen, y'all out there saying that y'all tired of listening to Top Cat. The phone number is pinned. Y'all can call in. I mean, shit. Call in and state your damn opinion. Me and Top Cat is hanging out. Yes, we've been on the phone for 40 minutes, but so fucking what? Nobody's called in to wrap this shit up. It is what it is, man. Me and Top Cat kicking it. Go ahead.
Hell yeah, and if y'all got something to say, Top Cat rebuttal. Shit, Top Cat'll rebuttal what you saying if you're not feeling what the fuck I'm saying. And then I never got to the point, so I'll get to this. So hopefully somebody will call in. But that last dude that was speaking, man, we've been talking for a while. He didn't hit everything I was saying, Flood. Hit everything I was saying about this being a host, about this being about Putin, about this being about a big land show, and what nobody's talking about. Obama hit. Obama, you got Osama bin Laden. And you got, what's the other one, the African president that got taken down while Obama was under, Gaddafi.
Oh, yeah.
So if I'm going to say I'm going to be the best president, I'm going to do more than any other president, that means that was a president of a nation and then the number one wanted terrorist in the world. That's what Obama can claim that he knocked down while he was in there. So we see Trump trying to do the same shit. It's like he sees a list of whatever the other presidents are doing, and he's trying to top that every single time. Like, you know, it's like he's trying to show it. So I think he got one more. He got one more thing to top him.
Mike, go tell everybody you know that this your show right now. Tell them this your show. It's your show, Mike. It's your show, your favorite show, the show you like to watch and hang out. Like grandma and them used to watch Golden Girls, man. Go tell everybody that this is your show. Spread the word far and wide. Thank you, Mike. Go ahead, talk it.
Yeah.
The original topic of discussion right now, we're discussing what were we discussing? Oh, the geopolitics, the Maduro.
So that Maduro situation, I remember like what I told you. That motherfucker sitting up there on that picture you put on there. This motherfucker giving thumbs up and handcuffs.
That's not a real picture, bro. That's not a real picture.
I'm knowing what you're saying.
Oh, you talking about the one in the Nike Tech suit is not real, but the other ones was real that I posted up. But this one is not a real picture that was on my thumbnail today.
Nah, I'm talking about the other one where he was sitting there and they blacked out the agents' faces. And shit.
Oh yeah. They said he was smiling in court and shit too. Thank you, Captain America.
You seen Saddam when he got caught. You seen Gaddafi when he got caught. You seen Bin Laden. You seen when the Israelis caught that dude in there and he had one arm and he was still fighting back, talking shit to him before they took him out. You seen when they came in doing regime change and anywhere else. I've never seen a motherfucker sitting up there in some clean 501s. They took me and my wife. You get what I'm saying? Like, if y'all can't see the hoax in this shit, what's the use in keeping him alive? What's the use in putting him through trial? If you're really saying America first, why do we need to spend money on somebody who's a fucking drug lord? Why didn't they just pop him in his motherfucking head and have this over?
Because, so this is another, well, I'm going to push back. So, I'm not saying that it wasn't paid off and some pockets didn't get laced. I mean, they had a $50 million bounty on his head, so it's very much, well, some pockets more than likely got laced. But the reason he's smiling and shit too is because they look at Maduro kind of like the black community used to look at it, like a El Chapo or one of those Mexican drug lords, like untouchable. Like all the death that comes around them, all the drugs and kilos, they looked at Maduro like a drug lord. Is what they're portraying. Whether that's true or not, I don't know. But one thing's for sure, they looked at him like he was untouchable. They said they went and got him out of a fortress. So now when he's arrested in America, if he looks defeated and all fucked up, that's gonna kill the morale of his country. They're gonna give up on him. So with him smiling and shit is like, you know, just like, look, I'm still here, like I'm alive, you know, they keep fighting for me. I'm still y'all president, and I'm kidnapped. I'm not guilty. If he holds his head down and shit, the morale is gone.
Yeah, but that's a simple situation. For you to be in that situation and not be in a bunker, period, they took you and your wife, they took you from a fortress.
Oh,
that's
a
what
fortress.
The whole shit is fishy. But when we look at these other ones that actually have defied the United States, actually have took lives, and we look at them, they have fucking scratches on their face. They get caught. Their hair is fucking pulled out. All kinds of different shit is going on with these people. But this one is supposed to have an injunction, has actually talked shit back to the United States, actually pulled up military forces and said, I'm going to pull the active citizens into this situation. You will not breach our lands without us tripping. And you have not a scar on your face. You have nothing wrong with you. You look like you've been eating good. You're holding your thumbs up like you just got through eating lobster and butter before your ass even they took the picture.
They beat his wife up. It sounded like they beat his wife up or something happened to her.
Well, they might have beat it up.
Chill out, Tom Cat. Chill out, bro. Chill out.
All I'm saying is it's looking pretty damn good. I wouldn't be surprised to see Maduro hidden somewhere at the Super Bowl, is what I'm telling you.
They say Trump might make a deal with Maduro if he signed over those oil rights. Because I told you, they say Che's trying to make it to where all contracts are still void. I mean, are still valid through regime change. Like you can't come in and change the regime and just, you know, start operating how y'all want to operate, taking all the oil and distributing it how you want to. No, we have contracts. We want those contracts to be upheld. And I think Trump's trying to get ahead of that in the legal sense by getting Maduro to sign the shit over.
I hear you. All sleight of hand. Remember when I told you, and me and you were discussing the point of the fucking beef. The United States, we've been getting charged crazy, and we got Omaha, we got Texas, all these different beef places here, and we put that money into Argentina. Maduro had made his fucking mind up where all this shit has been employed. When we paid Argentina, Maduro had already, all this shit was set, bro. And that's just my opinion. I don't know what everybody else thinks. I don't think that everybody else thinks. They just go by what the fuck they seeing. But why in the hell, when we talk about America first and we got beef industries and farm industries and problems right now, we go and pay Argentina? How much do we pay them, Flood?
40 billion.
40 million.
40
that
billion.
40 million was
20 billion before, and then another 20 billion after, I forgot, Malay. I think his name's Malay. After Malay won, another 20 billion.
Yeah, you'll be able to.
Hold on, Top Cat. Captain America says, I like Senator John Fetterman, then try to play politics on this one. Yeah, I haven't heard from Fetterman. I haven't heard anything from Fetterman. Go ahead.
I haven't either. But I'm saying, you see, basically, I was telling you then, they're paying off Argentina for something. And this is what it was, to be able to, that's the next nation to them. They're not scared of nothing right now. They were paying people off from that. Maduro already got forced into a corner and had to make a fucking decision. You already got Argentina on your side, so they can't flee south. You know what I'm saying? They can only flee into the jungle, and that's not good for them because basically those people ain't used to living in the jungle or jungle warfare or doing anything in the jungle, which is stupid as hell to have that be your community and never even flex on that. So they were forced into a corner after he had got Argentina into a situation where Argentina has to they have to disengage from that money to even side with Venezuela. So we've seen everybody making drawing their lines in the sand. And then when this happens, everybody's saying, "Oh, they did this." That shit was a big ass hoax, bro. He don't have a broken leg. He's supposed to be doing all this. I mean, don't the captain go down with his ship? If you were really the president and you were trying to get your nation to go behind you, you got to kill me, bro. I'm not leaving my fortress. You got to kill me. Why didn't he take his cyanide pill? Why didn't he do all those different things that we've seen all these other dictators and different people doing? He's supposed to be a drug lord, and he's going to really just get captured. You know what I'm saying? He's supposed to lead a nation. All these things do not add up. That's why I said that dude has been saying exactly what I was saying. And then in the history of it, this regime change, the CIA being down there to say that any of these other countries, we don't know what they're doing. We haven't planted CIA down there since 1978. We have people mixing in and doing things and then started whole families down there. What the hell's going on down there? This has been going on since 78, 79, since the drugs have been being pushed back into the United States since way back then, since the first Bush era, the Bush vice president era. We've had the CIA doing their business down there. That's why I told you that movie Clearing Present Danger would show you all that. We've been doing operations down there forever. So now, like, this is new. And now he comes out without a grenade. He don't even have a flashbang. Fucking eyes. There's nothing wrong with his fucking mustache.
There's been whispers out there that he was laid up inside his wife. That's what the whispers are, that he was laid up in something.
Yeah, that's how I want to get taken too. Don't that sound good?
No.
Color Purple. How do you die? On top of me. Shut your fucking ass up. This shit is all a setup. It's all a setup. Now Maduro's after he's a hell of a motherfucker. Even through the United States try to kill him, he's still laying pipe like a hot Latino. Shut your asses up. This shit is, you can't write this shit no better. Sound like Netflix. Fuck. The United States is after me, and I'm over here. Hey girl, come on down here with that bomb shit on. Like what? You better get your ass up under the earth. Get your ass up in a tunnel or something. You better try to.
Man, it wasn't even like that, man. Maduro was nervous and couldn't get no sleep. He needed to get one off so he could roll over and go to sleep, man. That's what it was.
But I'm getting mine off in the tunnel. I'm not going to get mine off talking about I'm in the fortress that everybody's looking at. We're going after the king in the castle. Why the fuck are you even in there? Even though, that's what I'm saying.
Y'all want to know what's crazy? I've been seeing videos where they're saying, I'm finna show y'all the video. Have y'all seen the video where they're saying that whatever Call of Duty that was that dropped in 2013 played out exactly like this. Venezuela was controlling some kind of federation because they had the most resources, and it was a nighttime ghost mission to go overthrow their leader. And it was set in 2027.
Yeah, it's been a plan, bro. It's been a plan. That's what I'm saying. All the regime shit, the CIA is sitting down there since way the fuck back there. They have been putting proxy leaders right now. Maduro,
the game dropped the year Maduro came into power.
Oh, he was a proxy guy.
And it was set for 2027. And it was Venezuela. Do y'all think this is all coincidence? I'm honestly asking, chat. I'm asking the chat. Yes or no in the chat. Do y'all think it's a coincidence the year Maduro came into power, Call of Duty dropped the game, where Venezuela led a federation that was, controlling a lot of shit, and America ran the storyline was that you do the Ghost Recon mission and go get the leader out. Let me pull up the clip. Let me find this shit where the guy's talking about it. I looked it up. I researched it too.
They can't take out the leaders of Bloods and Crips and Folks and Lokes and Kings and Lords. They can't take out the leaders of those shits this easy. Look at it. It was harder for y'all to get the Black Panthers leaders in Venezuela a nation? This is a hoax. This is bullshit, bro. And then when you catch him, he ain't even fucking Scarface. He ain't even say hello to my little friend, and he go out like a G. He's sitting up there with some fucking Jordache jeans on with his thumbs up.
Here. Was already foretold to us. In this Call of Duty, the United States sent special forces in order to take over the dictator of Venezuela. Caracas, Venezuela, to be exact. But this is where it gets crazy. Pay attention. This Call of Duty came out 12 years ago. Want to know what else happened 12 years ago? Nicolas Maduro started his presidency 12 years ago. Look at the opening scene to the final act.
To us, Rourke was a legend. A man could walk through hell.
They based the game 12 years in the past. Is that...
So, that goes on quite a bit longer, but it's kind of irrelevant. Ghosts is set in the future from now. And at the start of the game, it says 12 years previous, and it shows America being and overthrowing Venezuela right now. So, again, is that just coincidence number 5K?
Venezuela was a...
All right, y'all seen it.
It's not a coincidence, bro. Maduro didn't get there without us, period. Nobody is set up down there without us, period. Like they were talking about with Mexico, saying that, okay, Mexico's too powerful, Mexico. Man, and that was the next discussion, that I want to have with you, how people are talking about, well, Canada this and Canada that. Do y'all understand that they already called South America and North America? The imperialistic move is already there. It's already in the United States. All you got to do is shift the names. So I'm a Californian, but I'm a United States citizen. You're an Arizonian, but you're a United States citizen. You're from Washington, but you're a United States citizen. What do you think that the United States is? Because it's a corporation, you thought that it wasn't an empire? Think of the names. Roman Empire, Mongol Empire, Chinese dynasty, all these different things. You see the same things that are going on right here. Why would there be North and South America if that wasn't an imperialistic move? No, none of those areas called themselves America. None of those areas called themselves that until we came over here. It was already an imperialistic move. They just then pulled the blinds over your head. We are in control of all that. That's why Canada didn't even say that they even had a military for so long. They only had special forces. And then I saw and somebody in the chat said, ooh, they have over 300,000 militia. So the fuck what? How many people there are in just fucking Los Angeles, just fucking Sacramento? What are you talking about? You hand all of them a gun, that's a militia. Canada ain't doing shit because we've been protecting Canada this whole fucking time. That's what's going on. South America, as much as what's going on, they started making their own deals and shit. And now we're taking that shit over. Am I happy about how it's happening? No. Do I think diplomacy could be better in some ways? Yeah, but on another end, I'm from America. I'm gangster as fuck on this shit. And if we taking that shit over, let's do that shit the right way. And I'm not mad at Trump for how he's doing it. He's doing some gangsta ass shit. He said he was going to be transparent about the shit, and he's being about as transparent as it gets. He's stepping up. He's lying his ass off and getting reasons to be there, and then he's doing what the fuck he wants to do. That's what any slimy motherfucker's going to do. They're going to say, oh, I'm here because the ground beef is cheap. And then he's going to take all the fucking cows and sell them for a more expensive price. This is what the United States fucking does. We prey on shit. This is maritime law. And this is what the fuck is going to happen. This is an imperialistic move. There is a world war going on, whether everybody doesn't know it right now. And you got Russia. The big players are Russia, China, the United States, and whether nobody even knows it, India and Europe are kind of together playing their own picture in this too. So when we start talking about Denmark and Greenland, what are y'all talking about? Oh, they got that. Motherfucker, didn't we just go to Denmark and save their ass like 60 years ago? Wasn't we pulling saving them motherfuckers? They had to get on them boats and run back from the Germans across that same fucking ocean. They've been getting their ass whooped over there this whole time. The only reason that they ain't getting their ass whooped is because of us. It's already our shit. So if y'all don't think that we're controlling all that shit already, you're stupid. All we're saying is we're stepping in front of it. It's not a blanket no more. We're saying that, look, we're here, we're in the front of it, and we're going to say what the fuck we're doing, and and all that UN council and shit means nothing, because when that COVID shit happened and everything happened, it showed, or the OVID, whatever the hell it is, happened, people showed their fucking cards. And the United States is moving on that. They're saying, okay, everybody showed their cards when the world had to make their decisions and pick what they had to pick and do what they had to do. You showed your cards. So now we're showing ours. We're showing you that we're in control of all this. Canada can talk all that shit they want. Let us not fucking protect Canada. Canada is going to be fucked. And the reason that they're fucked, this is what I was going to tell you about fuck. The reason why they're fucked is what's going on in Africa. All those places in Africa that are giving up the resources for all those grand powers in Europe, France don't have the resources in Africa they used to have. Spain doesn't have the resources in Africa that they used to have. All of a sudden, South America is vulnerable. Y'all better know how this world stage shit plays. Those little tiny countries are running big shit. So when they lose their foundations, has to step up for them. So the United States is stepping up for them. The same way that the first thing that Trump did was step up for the Africanists that Australia didn't want to accept and brought 20,000 of them motherfuckers over here. While he was kicking other people out, he brought their asses over here. Y'all better see the big picture and stop sitting up there. He's stupid. He don't know what he's talking about. No, get educated, motherfuckers. Or you just gonna sit up there and be a fucking pawn the rest of your life. Even if you gotta move, at least know what the fuck you're moving for.
Hell yeah. Alright, Top Cat, man. We finna get up out of here, man. It's damn near 2 in the morning over here in the Central Time, man. I appreciate everybody for pulling up. You got some last words, Top Cat, to lead the chat with tonight?
This is my last words, and this shit is personal as hell for all you motherfuckers, man. Don't call in here talking shit with me and my motherfucking homie is on here chopping it up unless you gonna get your monkey ass up on here and distribute your opinion like anyone else. Everybody can talk shit, back that shit up. And I'm 100 with that. Plug through your life.
All right, now, Top Cat, I appreciate you for calling in, man. It's always a good one.
It's always one. Thanks, folks.
Man, chat, we had a great episode, man. I appreciate everybody for pulling up, man, but it is a little late, chat. I am tired, so we're going to get up out of here, and I will see y'all on the next one, chat. Share this video out far and wide. Thank you, Kirk, man. Hopefully you'll call in tomorrow. Share this video out far and wide, chat. Do not gatekeep this channel. You can share it to the last person you text or your timeline. I do not care. I did drop a video maybe a day and a half ago. Go check that out on the channel. Mods, drop the Discord. We do have a free Discord after May. It will cost to join. After May, so I'm advising everybody to join the Discord now, early and often, while it is free. We got a lot planned for the Discord, a lot of upcoming things, man. Double tap the screen, share the live out. Let me drop this Discord, because my mods might be asleep on me. Let me see. All right, here it goes. When I drop this Discord, if you screenshot the chat on your phone and go to your pictures, that link will be clickable. Screenshot the chat, go to the pictures, that link will bring you right to our Discord, man. And you can sign up while it's free. Thank you, Captain America. You said, plug, I'm going to get on the line one of these days. One of these days or another. Good night. Thank you, Captain America, man. We'll be waiting on you to call in, man. Y'all be sure to join that Discord while it is free, and I'll see y'all on the next one. Good night, chat. Y'all give Captain America some likes and flames on that donation on the way out, man. Y'all give Captain America some likes and flames, man. Thank you, Captain America. Good night, chat.